Thank you for choosing this video to fall asleep. Make sure to subscribe and tell me in the comments where you are listening from. Hello and welcome. I'm Arthur, and tonight I'm here to guide you into a peaceful, restful sleep. In a world full of noise and constant movement, it's important to take time for yourself, to breathe deeply, and to let go of the day's stress. This meditation will help you unwind, relax your mind, and prepare your body for a deep, rejuvenating sleep. So find a comfortable position, close your eyes, and let's begin our journey into tranquility together. Begin by taking a deep breath in through your nose, feeling the cool air filling your lungs, and then slowly exhale through your mouth, releasing all the tension and worry from the day. Let your breath become slow and steady, like the gentle rhythm of waves lapping against the shore. As you breathe, feel your body starting to relax. Allow your shoulders to drop, releasing any tightness. Let your neck soften, and your arms fall heavy at your sides. With each breath, let your body sink deeper into the surface beneath you, feeling supported and safe. Now, imagine a soft, warm light beginning to glow at the top of your head. This light is peaceful, gentle, and as it spreads, it brings calm and ease to every part of you. Feel it moving slowly down, relaxing your forehead, your eyes, and your cheeks. Let the light travel down to your neck, your chest, and your arms, filling you with warmth and serenity. As this light reaches your legs, let go of any lingering tension. Allow your feet to feel heavy and grounded. You are completely at peace now, floating in this warmth and comfort. With each breath, feel yourself becoming lighter, as if you're drifting on a cloud, weightless and calm. There is no need to think about anything else. You are here, in this moment, simply breathing, simply being. As you continue to breathe slowly and deeply, imagine yourself in a beautiful, serene place, a place that brings you peace. Perhaps it's a quiet beach with the sound of waves gently rolling in, or a peaceful forest where the wind whispers through the trees. Wherever you are, feel the serenity of this place wash over you. It is your sanctuary, a place of complete relaxation. Now, as you rest in this peaceful space, allow your body to become even more relaxed. You are safe here. There is nothing to do but enjoy this moment of calm. Let your thoughts drift away like clouds in the sky, knowing that sleep is coming soon, and with it, a night of deep, restorative rest. And now, as you continue to breathe deeply and easily, feel your body growing heavier, more relaxed with every breath. Sleep is just around the corner, waiting to gently embrace you. Trust that when you wake, you will feel refreshed, recharged, and ready for a new day. But for now, let go. Allow yourself to drift peacefully into sleep. Story 1. Every night without fail, as dusk settles over the highlands and the sky turns a deep shade of indigo, a faint but unmistakable glow begins to shimmer at the very top of the high tower. The lantern's light cuts through the darkness like a distant beacon, casting long shadows across the desolate land below. Yet, despite its steady presence, no one in living memory has ever witnessed anyone ascend the tower to light the lantern, nor have they seen it extinguished. It simply appears at twilight and fades with the dawn, leaving those in the surrounding villages to wonder what, if anything, occupies the tower's highest reaches. The high tower is an ancient structure, standing solitary on a cliff overlooking the sea. Its origins are shrouded in mystery, predating even the oldest records in the village archives. Some say it was built by a forgotten king. Others claim it was raised by an ancient order of monks, but no one knows for certain. What is known, however, is that the high tower has stood untouched for centuries, its stones weathered by wind and time, yet remarkably well preserved. It is said that the tower holds secrets too terrible to be spoken aloud, and that its watcher, the one who lights the lantern, is not of this world. In the villages that lie scattered around the base of the cliff, the stories of the Watcher's lantern have been told for generations. Some believe the Watcher to be the ghost of a long-dead sentinel, cursed to guard the tower for eternity. Others claim that the lantern itself is enchanted, lit by forces unseen, to keep intruders away from whatever dark mystery the tower holds. But these are just stories, whispers shared in hushed tones around hearth fires on stormy nights, when the wind howls through the trees and the sea crashes angrily against the rocks. For most of the villagers, the lantern is simply a part of their landscape and oddity, yes, but one that has always been there, and always will be. Yet there are those who are less willing to accept the lantern's presence without question. Over the years, a few brave or perhaps foolish souls have ventured to the High Tower in an attempt to uncover the truth. Most never return. Those few who do come back speak of strange occurrences, footsteps echoing in the empty halls, cold gusts of wind inside the tower, even when the air outside is still, and a sense of being watched, an oppressive presence that grows stronger the higher they climb. One such explorer was a man named Elias Thorne, a scholar from the capital, who arrived in the village one autumn seeking to study the legends of the Highlands. He was skeptical of the stories about the Watcher's lantern, dismissing them as little more than rural superstition. To him, the High Tower was an architectural relic, a remnant of a forgotten era, and the lantern was a curiosity, nothing more. Determined to prove his theories, Elias gathered his equipment and set off for the tower, promising the villagers that he would return with answers. Days passed, then weeks, with no sign of Elias. The villagers, familiar with the fate of others who had ventured to the tower, began to assume that he had met the same mysterious end. But on the third week, as the sun was setting, a figure appeared at the edge of the village. It was Elias, though he was a shadow of the man he had been. His face was gaunt, his eyes wide with terror, and his clothes were torn and muddied. He said nothing as the villagers led him to the inn and tended to him, and for days afterward he remained in a state of near Catan, staring blankly out the window toward the distant High Tower. When he finally spoke, his voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. What he told the villagers chilled them to their bones. According to Elias, he had reached the base of the High Tower without incident and had begun his ascent. The interior of the tower was dark, its stone walls cold and damp. At first it seemed nothing more than an old, abandoned structure, but as he climbed higher, he began to notice strange markings on the wall's symbols carved into the stone that he could not decipher. The air grew colder with each step, and a feeling of unease settled over him, as though the very walls were watching him. By the time he reached the upper floors, the sense of being followed was overwhelming. He could hear footsteps behind him, soft but unmistakable, though when he turned, there was no one there. As he neared the top, the light from the lantern above began to filter down the stairwell, flickering like a flame in the wind. It was then that he saw it, the figure of a man, standing in the shadows at the top of the stairs. The man was tall and gaunt, dressed in old, tattered robes, his face hidden beneath a hood. But what struck Elias most was the man's eyes, two glowing orbs that burned like the lantern itself. Frozen in place, Elias could do nothing but watch as the figure slowly raised a hand and beckoned him forward. It was then that he realized the truth. The Watcher was not guarding the tower, he was waiting for Elias, or someone like him. The lantern was not a warning to keep people away, it was a lure drawing the curious and the brave into the tower's grasp, where they would never escape. Terrified, Elias turned and fled, racing down the stairs as the footsteps behind him grew louder and more insistent. He could feel the Watcher's presence close behind him, the air thick with cold and dread. Somehow he managed to escape the tower, though he could not remember how he had made it down the cliffside and back to the village. All he knew was that he had been spared, but not for long. The Watcher had seen him, and now the Watcher would come for him. After recounting his tale, Elias left the village, vowing never to return. He was last seen boarding a ship bound for the mainland, but whether he ever reached his destination is unknown. Some say he disappeared at sea, swallowed by the same forces that haunt the Hightower. Others claim he simply vanished, as so many others have before him, taken by the Watcher's unseen hand. The lantern, however, continues to glow each night, as it always has. Its light flickers in the wind, a reminder of the mysteries that still lie within the Hightower's walls. And though no one dares to approach the tower anymore, the stories persist, whispered in the dark by those who wonder what secrets the Watcher guards and who will be next to fall under his gaze. Story 2. The village of Kerith had always been a quiet place, nestled in the shadow of the high tower. For generations its people lived simple lives, tilling the fields, tending to their flocks, and telling stories of the great stone tower that loomed over the highlands. The high tower had been there for as long as anyone could remember, its origins lost to time. Some said it was built by ancient kings, others believed it had been constructed by a forgotten order of monks, but no one knew for sure. What everyone did know was that the high tower was a place to be avoided. Strange things happened around it, whispers on the wind, shadows that moved in the corner of your eye, and an eerie sense of being watched. It was as if the tower had a life of its own, always observing, always waiting. Kerith thrived, despite its proximity to the tower. The villagers went about their lives, careful not to venture too close to the high tower, but otherwise unbothered by its presence. That is, until one fateful night when everything changed. The storm came without warning, a fierce and violent tempest that rolled in from the sea, bringing with it torrential rain and howling winds. The sky turned black, and the air was thick with the scent of salt and lightning. The villagers hurried to secure their homes and livestock, expecting the storm to pass as quickly as it had arrived. But this storm was different. As the rain lashed against the windows and the wind screamed through the village, strange things began to happen. The ground beneath Kerith trembled, not with a rumble of thunder, but with something deeper, something that seemed to come from the very earth itself. The villagers huddled inside their homes, listening as a low, haunting hum filled the air, growing louder with each passing moment. It was a sound they had never heard before, a sound that seemed to be coming from the high tower. Old Tom, the village's eldest, was the first to speak the words that had been on everyone's mind. "The tower is calling," he said it in a voice thick with fear and certainty, as though he had always known this day would come. The other villagers looked at him with wide eyes, their terror palpable, but no one dared to contradict him. The high tower had always been a mystery, a looming presence that they had learned to live with, but now it seemed as though the tower had decided to make itself known. One by one, the villagers began to feel an irresistible pull. It was subtle at first, a nagging thought at the back of their minds that they should leave their homes and go outside. But as the hum from the high tower grew louder, so did the urge to answer its call. Men and women, young and old, began to step out into the storm, their eyes glazed over as if in a trance. They moved as though sleepwalking, oblivious to the rain and wind, their feet carrying them toward the cliff where the high tower stood, its silhouette barely visible through the sheets of rain. A few tried to resist. The village blacksmith, a burly man named Garin, grabbed his wife by the arm, trying to pull her back as she wandered toward the door, but she turned to him with a vacant, emotionless stare, as if she no longer recognized him. "The tower is calling," she whispered, her voice monotone and distant. Garen felt his own will falter as the pull became stronger, and soon he too was walking out into the night, leaving his home behind. By the time the storm reached its peak, the village of Kerith was empty. The houses stood silent, their doors left open, rain pouring in over the thresholds. Livestock wandered the streets, bleating and braying, but there were no humans left to tend to them. The crops in the fields swayed in the wind, untended and forgotten, as the last of the villagers disappeared into the storm, drawn toward the high tower. For hours the storm raged on, and the hum from the tower continued to reverberate through the highlands. But as dawn broke, the storm abruptly stopped. The rain ceased, the winds died down, and an eerie stillness settled over the land. The sun began to rise over the cliffs, casting long shadows across the empty village. Yet there was no sign of the villagers. They had vanished, leaving behind only their homes, their crops, and their animals. Days passed, and the nearby villagers sent search parties to Kerith, hoping to find some trace of the missing villagers. But when they arrived, they found the village exactly as it had been on the night of the storm, silent and empty. The houses stood as they were, as though their inhabitants had simply stepped out for a moment and never returned. There were no signs of struggle, no footprints in the mud, nothing to suggest where the people of Kerith had gone. The only clue was the high tower, which now stood eerily quiet, its ever-present hum silenced. The story of the lost village of Kerith quickly spread throughout the highlands. People whispered that the tower had called the villagers to it, taken them for some dark purpose, though no one dared to speculate what that might be. Some believed that the tower had always been hungry, biding its time until it could claim the souls of those who lived too close. Others suggested that the villagers had been chosen marked by the tower for a fate beyond human understanding. Despite the mystery surrounding the disappearance, no one dared venture near the high tower to investigate. Fear of the tower had gripped the highlands even tighter than before. The nearby villages began to distance themselves from the cliffs, their inhabitants too terrified to live under the shadow of the tower. Over time, the memory of Kerith faded into legend, a cautionary tale told to children to keep them from wandering too far from home. But the high tower remained. It stood, as it always had, silent and unmoving, watching over the empty village below. The fields of Kerith became overgrown, the houses crumbled into ruin, and the village was eventually reclaimed by nature. Yet, on stormy nights, when the wind howled through the highlands and the sky darkened with clouds, some claimed they could hear the hum of the high tower once again, faint but unmistakable, like a distant song carried on the wind. And sometimes in the dead of night, travelers passing near the cliffs would see shadows moving along the base of the tower. They would catch fleeting glimpses of figures walking slowly, aimlessly, as though lost. The figures never responded to calls or shouts, and when approached, they would disappear, fading into the mist that clung to the cliffs. Those who saw them believed these were the souls of the lost villagers, forever bound to the high tower, wandering in a dreamlike state, searching for a way home that no longer existed. The village of Kerith and the people who once called it home were gone, consumed by the high tower's mysterious fire. And as the years passed, the land around the tower grew even more desolate, untouched by human hands, a place where the winds whispered ancient secrets and the shadows of the past still lingered, waiting for the next soul to heed the tower's call. Story 3. The bells of the high tower had not tolled in over a century. The great bronze bells, once used to summon the townsfolk during moments of celebration or warning, had fallen silent long ago. The ropes that once swung them had rotted away, and the wooden beams that held them in place had grown weak with age. Time had claimed the tower's machinery, leaving it a relic of the past, or so the people of the nearby town believed. The town of Aldous Hollow lay nestled in the valley below the Hightower. For generations, its inhabitants lived in the shadow of the towering structure, its dark silhouette a constant presence on the horizon. Though the tower had once been the center of the town's life, a place of refuge during storms and gatherings, it had long since been abandoned. Stories passed down through the years told of a great fire that had swept through the tower's upper floors, rendering it unsafe and forever still. After that, the bells, which had once been a symbol of the town's unity, fell silent. No one had ventured up to the tower in years, and the once proud building had become a distant and eerie reminder of the town's past. But every now and then, late at night, when the wind was still and the sky dark, some townsfolk claimed to hear the faint tolling of the bells. It was never a loud sound, but rather a soft, distant ringing that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. The sound would drift through the narrow streets and alleys of Aldous Hollow, a haunting melody that sent a chill down the spines of those who heard it. No one could explain how the bells could ring when the tower had been abandoned for so long, but the tolling always carried with it an undeniable sense of foreboding. The first time the bells rang after so many years of silence, it was dismissed as the wind playing tricks on the mind. It had been a particularly cold autumn night, and the winds had howled through the town, rattling windows and shaking loose branches from the trees. When the bells were heard, a few elderly residents claimed it was the spirits of the past calling out, a remnant of the days when the Hightower was still a beacon of life. But as dawn broke and the town woke to find that one of their own had vanished, the murmurs of unease began to grow. The missing man, a farmer named Doran, had been a lifelong resident of Aldous Hollow. He was known to be a solitary man, often spending long nights tending to his fields or keeping watch over his animals. When he didn't return from the fields that night, his neighbors thought little of it. He had a reputation for wandering off on his own, but when morning came, his house was found empty, his bed unslept in, and his tools left untouched in the barn. Search parties scoured the fields and the surrounding woods, but Doran was nowhere to be found. It was as though he had simply vanished into the night. The rumors started almost immediately. The bells, the people whispered, had rung the night Doran disappeared. Some claimed they had heard them, faint and distant, while others denied hearing anything at all. But the connection between the tolling of the bells and Doran's disappearance took hold in the minds of the townsfolk, and soon the Hightower became a symbol of fear rather than nostalgia. Over the next few months, the bells were heard again, always in the dead of night, always faint but unmistakable, and each time, without fail, someone in the town would disappear. The seamstress named Marla, a young boy named Finn, an elderly woman known only as Old Mabel. One by one, the townsfolk vanished, leaving behind no trace, no signs of struggle, no clues as to where they had gone. The only common thread was the sound of the bells. As fear spread through Aldous Hollow, people began to avoid the streets at night. Windows were shuttered early, and doors were locked long before the sun set. The once lively tavern stood empty in the evenings, and even the most hardened men of the town spoke in hushed tones about the mysterious tolling that echoed from the Hightower. A sense of dread settled over the town, as if the very air had grown heavy with the weight of unspoken fears. No one knew why the bells had started ringing again, nor what connection they had to the disappearances, but the people of Aldous Hollow had no doubt that the two were linked. One night, a group of townsmen, led by a local blacksmith named Roderick, decided to investigate. They were tired of living in fear, tired of waiting for the next person to vanish. Armed with lanterns and tools, they made their way up the winding path that led to the high tower. The climb was steep, and the air grew colder the closer they came to the tower's base. By the time they reached the old stone structure, their breath hung in the air like mist, and the silence around them was almost suffocating. The tower loomed above them, its great stone walls worn by centuries of wind and weather. The entrance, a massive wooden door bound with iron, stood slightly ajar, as though inviting them in. With a shared glance of apprehension, the men pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior of the tower was dark and damp, the air thick with the scent of mildew and rot. Their lanterns cast flickering shadows on the walls as they made their way up the spiral staircase that wound its way toward the belfry. As they climbed higher, the sound of the wind outside faded, replaced by an eerie stillness. The men exchanged nervous glances, their resolve beginning to waver, but none of them spoke. When they finally reached the top, they found the belfry empty. The great bells hung silent, coated in dust and rust, their ropes long since decayed. There was no sign of life, no indication that the bells had been rung at all. But just as they began to turn back, the deep, resonant sound echoed through the tower, the unmistakable tolling of the bells. The men froze in place, their blood turning to ice as the sound filled the air. It was louder now, deafening, and seemed to come from all around them. The bells swung of their own accord, their clappers striking the metal with a force that shook the very walls of the tower. Panic set in. Roderick shouted for the others to flee, but as they turned to descend the stairs, the ground beneath them shifted. The walls seemed to warp and twist, the air growing thick with a strange, suffocating pressure. One by one, the men began to vanish, swallowed by the darkness, their lanterns flickering out, as if snuffed by an unseen hand. Roderick was the last to disappear. He stumbled, reaching out for the stone wall to steady himself, but his hand passed through the air, as though the tower itself had become immaterial. In his final moments he swore he heard whispers' voices, ancient and distant, calling out from the depths of the high tower. Then, like the others, he was gone. The following morning, when the townspeople went searching for the men, they found no trace of them. The high tower stood as it always had, silent and imposing, its bells once again still. But the town of Alders Hollow was forever changed. The disappearances continued, the bells tolling on stormy nights, always claiming another soul, and so the people learned to live in fear, to avoid the high tower and its ominous bells, for they knew that when the bells rang, someone would be lost to the tower's mysterious and terrible grasp. Story 4. Legends of the Highlands have always whispered of ancient guardians, but none as enduring as Durin. Standing tall atop the cliffs, the high tower itself looms as a silent sentinel over the surrounding lands. Built from dark stone, its origins have long been lost to time. The tower has weathered centuries of storms, wars, and invasions, but within the shadows of its imposing structure lies an even older legend, that of a giant formed of stone, who slumbers within the tower's shadow, only waking when the land faces a threat so great that mere mortals cannot face it alone. The legend of the stone giant has been told for generations. Stories passed down from elder to child speak of the giant as an ancient protector, one who was forged from the same rock as the tower itself. The tale says that when the high tower was first constructed, it was not intended to be merely a watchtower or a fortress, but a beacon, a place imbued with ancient magic, capable of calling upon the land's greatest defense when danger arose. The stone giant was created to stand as the tower's eternal guard, watching and waiting for the day its immense strength would be needed. In the quiet village of Windmere, which lies nestled in the valley below the high tower, The legend of the stone giant is more than just a story. The villagers have long claimed to see signs of the giant's presence after particularly fierce storms. Massive footprints, larger than any human or animal could make, have been found pressed deep into the earth, the impressions filling with rainwater and forming small ponds. These footprints lead toward the base of the Hightower, but always vanish near its foundation, as if the giant simply returned to the stone from which it was formed. To the people of Windermere, these signs are proof that the stone giant exists, even if none have ever seen it move with their own eyes. Over the years, these sightings have become fewer, and the legend of the stone giant has faded into a myth, something spoken of with less conviction and more wonder. But every few years, after a night of thunder and lightning that shakes the very earth, someone claims to see the telltale signs: enormous footprints leading toward the tower, stones displaced as though by something far too large and heavy to be human. One such storm occurred on a cold autumn night, when the winds howled through the valley and lightning flashed in jagged streaks across the sky. The rain fell in torrents, turning the dirt roads to rivers of mud, and the rivers themselves to swollen, roaring beasts. In Windermere, the villagers huddled inside their homes, doors bolted and windows shuttered. The storm was worse than any in recent memory, the kind that felt as though the world itself was tearing at the seams. But it was not just the weather that unsettled the villagers that night. As the storm raged on, those brave enough to look toward the Hightower swore they saw something moving in enormous shadow, shifting in the flickering light of the storm, as if the tower itself had come to life. The next morning the storm had passed, leaving behind a landscape ravaged by wind and water. Trees were uprooted, fences torn apart, and the fields were flooded. But what drew the most attention were the footprints. Enormous, deep impressions in the earth, leading from the edge of the forest toward the Hightower. The villagers gathered around the massive footprints in awe and fear, for they were the largest they had ever seen. Each footprint was easily 3 times the size of a man, and the depth of the impression suggested a creature of incredible weight and power. No one dared to follow the trail too closely, for they knew where it led the base of the Hightower. The tower, standing as it always had, seemed somehow more ominous in the daylight after the storm. Its dark stone walls gleamed with rainwater, and its shadow stretched long over the valley. The footprints stopped just short of the tower's entrance, as though the giant had simply vanished into the earth. For many in the village, this was proof enough that the legend was true. The stone giant had awoken during the storm. Speculation ran wild in the days that followed. Some believed the storm itself had been the threat that caused the giant to stir, while others whispered of darker forces at work, unseen enemies lurking in the shadows, plotting against the village or the tower. Whatever the reason, the sight of the giant's footprints left the villagers uneasy. They had always taken comfort in the idea of a protector, but the reality of the giant's existence was something else entirely. If the giant had awakened, what danger could be so great that it required such a force? Over the coming weeks, rumors spread throughout the highlands. Travelers passing through Windermere reported hearing strange noises at night, deep, rumbling sounds that seemed to come from the earth itself. Some claimed to have seen figures in the distance, moving near the Hightower, though none could say for certain what or who they had seen. The atmosphere in the village grew tense, and many began to avoid the tower, fearing what might happen if they ventured too close. As winter approached, the weather grew colder, and the storms became more frequent. With each passing tempest, the villagers braced themselves for the possibility of seeing the footprints again. And sure enough, after a particularly fierce storm, the prints reappeared, leading once more from the forest to the Hightower. This time, however, there was something different alongside the massive footprints. Were smaller ones, human-sized, but just as deep, as if someone or something had been walking beside the giant. The sight of the jeweled tracks caused even more fear to spread through the village. Who or what was walking with the giant? Was it an ally or a threat? The elders of the village met in secret, debating whether they should send someone to the Hightower to investigate, but no one was willing to volunteer for the task. The stories of those who had ventured into the tower in years past were enough to dissuade anyone from getting too close. The few who had dared to explore its depths had never returned. As the village waited in uncertainty, the legend of the stone giant began to shift. No longer was it simply a protector slumbering until danger arose. Now, it was a mystery, a force beyond their understanding, connected to the tower and the storms in ways they could only guess. Some still believed that the giant was their guardian, watching over the highlands, but others began to fear that it was something else entirely, something ancient and unknowable, whose awakening signaled not protection, but a greater danger on the horizon. And so the people of Windmere continued to live in the shadow of the Hightower, always watching, always listening for the distant rumble of footsteps that might herald the giant's return. They knew that the next time the storm came, the stone giant would walk again, and whatever force had drawn it from its slumber would follow in its wake. Story 5. The Hightower loomed over the surrounding landscape, its stone walls weathered by centuries of wind and rain. Dark and imposing, it stood like a monument to a forgotten era, its shadow stretching long over the valley below. The villagers who lived in the shadow of the tower had long grown accustomed to its presence, though none dared venture inside. Stories of strange occurrences and ghostly sightings had passed down through generations, but none were as infamous as the tale of the Forbidden Chamber. Near the top of the high tower, behind a winding staircase and several empty rooms, there was a door. It was unlike any other in the tower, made of ancient wood, reinforced with iron bars, and intricately carved with strange symbols that no one could decipher. The door had been sealed for as long as anyone could remember. No key fit the lock, and no one had ever seen it opened. Those who had dared to touch it or attempt to force it open had disappeared without a trace. It was as if the tower itself consumed anyone who tried to breach the chamber. The legends surrounding the Forbidden Chamber were as old as the tower itself. Some said that it had been sealed by the original builders of the high tower to contain something too dangerous to be unleashed to the unworld. Others whispered that the door was a gateway to another realm, a place where the boundaries between the living and the dead were blurred. But the most terrifying story of all was that the chamber housed a terrible power, a force that, if released, would bring ruin upon all who dwelled in the valley. Despite the warnings, there were always those who felt the pull of the forbidden. Over the centuries, a handful of brave or perhaps foolish souls had tried to open the door. Each one vanished, leaving behind no trace of their existence. Their belongings were left untouched, their homes as they had been, as though they had simply ceased to exist. The villagers believed that the tower had claimed them, absorbed them into its stone walls, never to be seen again. One such man was Alistair Gray, a scholar who arrived in the village with a singular obsession, unlocking the secrets of the high tower. He had spent years studying ancient texts and gathering forgotten lore, convinced that the tower held the key to some long-lost knowledge. When he first arrived, the villagers warned him of the Forbidden Chamber and the fate of those who had sought to open it. But Alistair was undeterred. He saw the tales as nothing more than superstition, the remnants of an old fear that had no place in the modern world. Alistair spent weeks preparing for his ascent of the tower. He gathered tools, ancient manuscripts, and every piece of information he could find about the high tower. and its mysterious chamber. The more he learned, the more convinced he became that the door was not just a barrier, but a portal to something extraordinary. He believed that behind the door lay knowledge beyond human comprehension, something that could change the world. On the morning of his climb, the sky was overcast, the air thick with the promise of rain. Alistair set out for the tower alone, ignoring the concerned looks of the villagers who watched him go. As he climbed the winding path that led to the base of the tower, he felt a strange sense of anticipation building within him. He had always been drawn to mysteries, but this was different. The tower seemed to pulse with a silent energy, as though it was aware of his approach, waiting for him to reach the top. The interior of the high tower was as cold and dark as the villagers had described. Dust coated the stone floors, and the air was heavy with the scent of dampness and decay. Alistair moved through the lower levels with ease, his lantern casting long shadows on the walls. As he climbed the spiral staircase, he could feel the weight of the tower pressing down on him, its ancient stones seeming to whisper secrets he could not quite understand. When he reached the top of the staircase, he found himself standing before the forbidden chamber. The door was just as the villagers had described, imposing and strange, covered in symbols that seemed to twist and writhe in set scene. The lock was large and rusted, but no amount of force or manipulation had ever opened it. Alistair stood there for a long moment, staring at the door, feeling the weight of centuries pressing down upon him. With trembling hands, he reached into his bag and pulled out the tools he had brought. He tried several different methods to pick the lock, but none worked. The door remained sealed, unyielding. Frustrated, he turned to the ancient manuscripts he had brought with him, searching for a clue. One of the texts mentioned a chant, a forgotten incantation said to unlock the deepest secrets of the world. Alistair hesitated for a moment, then began to recite the words, his voice echoing in the empty hall. As the final word left his lips, a low rumble shook the tower. The symbols on the door began to glow faintly, their light flickering like the embers of a dying fire. Alistair stepped back, his heart pounding in his chest. The air around him grew colder, and a deep sense of unease settled over him. For the first time since he had arrived, doubt crept into his mind. What if the villagers had been right? What if there was something behind the door that should never be unleashed? Before he could answer that question, the door began to open. It was slow at first, the ancient wood groaning under the strain, but soon it swung open with a deafening creak. Alistair's lantern flickered, its light dimming as a wave of cold air rushed out from the chamber beyond. The darkness inside was impenetrable, a void that seemed to stretch endlessly into nothingness. Alistair hesitated at the threshold, every instinct telling him to turn back, to leave the tower and never return. But his curiosity was stronger than his fear. He stepped into the chamber. For a moment there was only silence. Then the door behind him slammed shut with a force that shook the tower to its very foundations. Alistair spun around, his lantern held high, but the light was swallowed by the darkness. He was trapped. Panic set in as he fumbled for the door, but it was sealed once more, as though it had never opened. He pounded on the wood, his cries for help echoing through the empty tower, but there was no one to hear him. Slowly the reality of his situation began to sink in. He was alone, locked in a chamber that had been sealed for centuries, with no way out. As the hours passed, Alistair's mind began to fray. The darkness pressed in on him, and he felt the weight of the tower closing around him, suffocating him. He could hear faint whispers, voices that seemed to come from the very walls, speaking in a language he could not understand. The air grew colder, and the sense of dread that had been building inside him reached a fever pitch. Then, without warning, the whispers stopped. In the silence that followed, Alistair heard something else, a soft, shuffling sound, as if something was moving in the darkness. He turned, his lantern flickering weakly, and caught a glimpse of something large, something ancient lurking in the shadows of the chamber. And then, like all who had come before him, Alistair Grey vanished without a trace. The forbidden chamber remained sealed, as it always had, waiting for the next curious soul to come knocking, unaware of the fate that awaited them within its dark, timeless depths. Story 6. In the town of Atherstone, nestled at the base of the cliffs beneath the Hightower, stories had long circulated about the phantom trader. He was an eerie figure, appearing only on the night of the full moon, driving an ancient merchant wagon through the narrow, cobbled streets. The wagon, made of dark, weathered wood and pulled by spectral horses, seemed to emerge from the mist itself. No one knew where the trader came from, or where he went once he disappeared into the night, but the deals he offered were impossible to resist at first. The phantom trader's arrival was always heralded by an unnatural stillness in the air, a heavy silence that made the townsfolk uneasy. On these nights the moon hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced on the walls of the quiet town. The villagers knew better than to go outside when the wagon passed through, for those who ventured too close often found themselves making bargains they would soon regret. The trader was a strange figure. He wore a long, tattered cloak that seemed to shift and shimmer in the moonlight, his face hidden beneath the hood, save for his eyes cold, glowing orbs that gleamed with an unsettling light. His voice was deep and smooth like velvet, yet with an edge that sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. He never forced anyone to trade with him, but his presence was irresistibly compelling. The things he offered were unlike anything found in the ordinary markets of the town. Rare jewels that shimmered with unnatural light, elixirs that promised youth and beauty, tools of remarkable craftsmanship, and strange artifacts that seemed imbued with otherworldly power. But there was always a catch. Those who dealt with the phantom trader soon learned that his bargains came with a steep price. It wasn't always money that he demanded in return. Sometimes it was a lock of hair, a single drop of blood, or a seemingly insignificant trinket. Other times it was something more abstract: memories, dreams, the promise of a future decision. The terms of the trade seemed simple, even trivial in the moment, but without fail, those who accepted his deals always found themselves facing the consequences sooner or later, often in ways they could never have anticipated. One such story was that of young Willem, the blacksmith's apprentice. Willem was ambitious, eager to prove himself and rise above his humble beginnings. He had heard the tales of the phantom trader, of course, but when he saw the wagon rolling through the town late one night, curiosity got the better of him. He had been struggling with his craft, unable to create the masterful blades his mentor forged with ease. He longed for a tool, something that would make him a better smith, something that would set him apart. When the phantom trader appeared before him, Willem felt a strange sense of calm, as if he had been expecting this encounter all along. The trader, his voice smooth and persuasive, offered him an enchanted hammer, a tool of unparalleled power, one that would allow him to forge weapons and armor greater than any smith in the land could create. The price? A single strand of his hair. Willem, thinking it a trivial request, agreed without hesitation. He left that night with the hammer in hand, eager to see what it could do. At first the hammer was everything the trader had promised. Willem's work became legendary in the town. He crafted swords that never dulled, armor that was lighter than air yet stronger than steel. People came from far and wide to commission his creations, and his fame spread beyond the town's borders. But as the months passed, Willem began to notice a change. His hands, once strong and steady, began to tremble. His eyesight, once sharp, grew dim. No matter how much he rested or ate, his strength continued to fade. Soon he was unable to lift the hammer at all, his body withering away as if drained of life itself. It was then that he realized the truth. The phantom trader had taken more than a strand of his hair. He had taken his vitality, his very essence, and now Willem was a shadow of the man he had once been. Willem was not the only one to fall prey to the trader's deals. There was also Elara, a young woman whose beauty was renowned throughout the town. She had always feared the passage of time, the inevitable fading of her youthful looks. When the phantom trader offered her an elixir that promised eternal beauty, she could not resist. In exchange, he asked for a single tear, nothing more. Elara, confident in her decision, accepted the bargain. For years the elixir worked as promised. Her beauty remained unchanged, her skin smooth and youthful, untouched by time. But as the years passed, she began to notice something strange. No matter how hard she tried, she could no longer cry. Even in moments of deepest sorrow, her eyes remained dry. What she hadn't realized was that the trader had taken more than just a single tear. He had taken her ability to feel sadness, to mourn, to experience the full range of human emotion, trapped in her perfect, ageless body. Elara became a hollow shell, forever beautiful but unable to connect with the world around her. The stories of the phantom trader spread, each one a cautionary tale about the dangers of making deals with forces beyond understanding. And yet, despite the warnings, there were always those who believed they could outwit the trader, that their trade would be the one exception. They were always wrong. As the years went by, the phantom trader's visits became a dreaded event in Atherstone. The sound of his wagon wheels creaking on the cobblestones sent shivers through the spines of the villagers. Families locked their doors and drew their curtains tight, unwilling to risk the temptation of the trader's impossible deals. But there were always a few who could not resist: the desperate, the greedy, the foolish. Each one was drawn to the promise of something they could not attain through ordinary means. One full moon night, the trader appeared again, his wagon emerging from the mist as it always did. This time it was Marcus, a widower whose heart was heavy with grief, who approached the trader. Marcus had lost his wife to illness years ago, and the pain of her absence had never left him. The trader, sensing his sorrow, offered him something no one else could: his wife's return. The price was simple: a single memory of their wedding day. Overcome with longing, Marcus agreed. That night he returned home to find his wife waiting for him, just as he remembered her. But the joy was fleeting. As the days passed, Marcus realized that something was terribly wrong. His wife, though physically the same, was not truly the woman he had loved. Her warmth, her spirit, her very essence were missing. The memory the trader had taken was more than just a moment. It was the foundation of their love, the bond that had held them together. Without it, she was little more than a hollow reflection, a reminder of what he had lost. In his desperation to have her back, Marcus had traded away the most important piece of her. The phantom trader's wagon continued to roll through the town of Atherstone on full moon nights, offering impossible deals to those willing to pay the price. And though the town had learned to fear his presence, there were always new souls who believed they could gain more than they would lose. They were always wrong, for the phantom trader did not deal in gold or silver. He dealt in the intangible, the irreplaceable, and once his bargains were made, they could never be undone. Story 7. The high tower stood tall and unyielding, its ancient stone walls rising from the cliffs like the jagged teeth of a forgotten beast. For centuries it had been a silent sentinel over the valley below, watching over the towns and villages that lay in its shadow. Its spiral staircase, winding its way to the top, was the source of many legends, none more terrifying than the curse that clung to it, like the mist that often shrouded the tower. The curse of the Hightower staircase was whispered among the townsfolk, passed from generation to generation, growing darker with each retelling. According to the legend, anyone who climbed the spiral staircase to the top and gazed out across the land would see their own death reflected on the horizon. It was not a sudden vision, but a slow creeping certainty, a dark glimpse of the end that awaited them. Some said it was a fleeting shadow in the distance. Others spoke of a spectral figure emerging from the mist. But all agreed on one thing: those who saw their death from the high tower never escaped it. The curse was said to have originated with the tower's original builder, a man whose name had long been lost to time. He had been a king or a warlord, depending on who told the story, obsessed with his own mortality. In his quest to conquer death, he sought out forbidden knowledge, delving into ancient rituals that promised him a glimpse of the future. When the tower was completed, he climbed its stairs, believing he would see his triumphs written in the horizon. Instead, he saw his own death violent and sudden looming just beyond the hills. True to the vision, he died not long after, his body found at the foot of the tower's cliffs, broken and lifeless. Since then, it was said, the staircase had been cursed. Most of the townsfolk gave the tower a wide berth, content to let it stand as a relic of the past. But there were always those who could not resist the allure of the unknown. The high tower's spiral staircase became a test of courage for the reckless and the desperate alike. Some sought to prove the legend false, while others, morbidly curious, hoped to glimpse their own fate. But none returned unchanged. One such man was Edgar Hale, a traveller from a distant land who had heard of the high tower's curse and dismissed it as nothing more than superstition. He was a scholar, a man of reason, who believed that such tales were relics of a bygone era, stories invented to frighten children or keep people away from places of power. When he arrived in the village, his skepticism was apparent. He laughed at the warnings of the townspeople, shaking his head at their insistence that the tower was best left alone. "I've climbed many towers," Edgar said with a smile, "and none of them have shown me my death. This will be no different." Despite the villagers' pleas, Edgar set off for the high tower on a crisp autumn morning, the sky overcast and the wind carrying the scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. The path to the tower was narrow and winding, cutting through the dense forest that surrounded the cliffs. As Edgar approached the tower, its shadow seemed to stretch impossibly long, swallowing the light around it. He paused for a moment at the base of the tower, his eyes tracing the spiraling staircase that wound its way up to the top. The door at the base of the tower was heavy and worn, its iron hinges rusted with age. It creaked loudly as Edgar pushed it open, the sound echoing through the empty interior. The air inside the tower was cold and stale, and as Edgar took his first step onto the staircase, he felt a strange sensation, a subtle shift in the air, as though the tower itself was aware of his presence. He dismissed it as nothing more than the eerie atmosphere of the place, but as he began his ascent, the sensation grew stronger. The staircase was narrow, barely wide enough for a single person, and it spiraled upward into the darkness above. The stone steps were uneven, worn down by centuries of use, and the walls seemed to close in as he climbed higher. Edgar counted each step, his breath growing heavy as the climb grew steeper. With each turn of the staircase he felt an inexplicable sense of dread building in his chest, though he could not say why. He had never believed in curses, but the silence of the tower, the weight of the stories that surrounded it, pressed down on him like a tangible force. As he neared the top of the tower, the air grew colder, and a faint light began to filter through the narrow windows that lined the walls. Edgar could hear the wind howling outside, a mournful sound that seemed to grow louder with each step. When he finally reached the top, he paused at the threshold of the open platform, his heart racing in his chest. Beyond the doorway lay the view that had haunted so many before him, the cursed horizon. Edgar stepped out onto the platform, the wind whipping through his hair as he looked out across the land. For a moment he felt a sense of awe. The view from the top of the high tower was breathtaking, rolling hills stretching into the distance, the valley below bathed in a pale, silvery light. But as his gaze swept across the horizon, he felt a chill run down his spine. At first he saw nothing out of the ordinary. The hills were as they had always been, the forest below still and quiet. But then, in the distance, he saw something, a shadow, faint and indistinct, moving slowly along the horizon. It was too far away to make out clearly, but as he watched, the shadow seemed to grow, its shape becoming more defined. It was a figure tall, dark and menacing, walking steadily toward him. Edgar's heart pounded in his chest as a sense of dread washed over him. He knew instinctively that the figure was coming for him. He blinked, trying to clear his vision, but the figure remained, growing closer with each passing moment. Edgar backed away from the edge of the platform, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The stories were true, the curse was real. He had seen his death on the horizon, and now it was coming for him. Panic set in as he turned and hurried back toward the staircase. His mind raced, desperate to escape the fate he had glimpsed. But as he descended the spiral staircase, the air around him grew heavier, the walls seeming to close in with each step. The tower felt alive, its ancient stones pressing down on him, suffocating him with their weight. Edgar stumbled, his hands grasping at the cold stone walls for support. But no matter how fast he ran, the stairs seemed endless. The shadow followed him, its presence growing stronger with each passing moment. Edgar could feel it just behind him, its breath cold on the back of his neck. He dared not look back, knowing that if he did, he would see the face of his death. His legs burned with the effort of the descent, but the staircase wound on, never seeming to end. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Edgar reached the bottom of the tower. He burst through the door, gasping for breath, his heart pounding in his chest. But as he staggered out into the open air, he froze. There, standing at the edge of the clearing, was the figure, tall, dark and waiting. It had followed him from the horizon, just as the curse had promised. In that moment, Edgar knew there was no escape. The curse of the Hightower staircase was unbreakable, its grip inescapable. He had seen his death, and now it had come to claim him. Story 8. The Hightower stood on its cliff, ancient and imposing, its dark silhouette outlined against the sky. It was a place of mystery and legend, long abandoned by human hands, yet somehow always alive in the stories whispered by those who lived in the valley below. Each tale surrounding the Hightower carried with it a sense of foreboding, but none more so than the legend of the Silver Mist. Every year, as autumn arrived and the air grew colder, the mist would appear. It rolled down from the cliffs in the early hours of the morning, just as the sun was beginning to rise, turning the landscape into a sea of silver. The mist was unlike any other. It shimmered faintly in the pale light, dense and thick, yet somehow ethereal. It moved with purpose, creeping through the forests, enveloping the fields, and seeping into the narrow streets of the nearby village. The villagers called it the Silver Veil, and they had learned long ago to avoid it at all costs. The stories told of those who had been caught in the mist, of men and women who had wandered into its silvery folds and never returned. The few who had been found afterward, slumped unconscious on the ground, always awoke with the same story. They had fallen into a deep, dreamless sleep, only to be haunted by visions of a dark figure calling them to the top of the high tower. The dreams were always the same endless, winding stairs, the sensation of being drawn upward by an unseen force, and the figure faceless and cloaked, waiting at the top. Those who woke from these dreams were never quite the same. They spoke little, their eyes hollow, their minds trapped somewhere between sleep and waking. Eventually, most of them vanished altogether, drawn back to the tower, their bodies never found. One such autumn, the mist returned, as it always did. The air was crisp and cold, the trees in the valley shedding their leaves in bursts of gold and red. The villagers knew the signs well, the sharp drop in temperature, the stillness that settled over the land before dawn, and so they shut their windows tight, barred their doors, and waited for the mist to pass. But not everyone was wise enough to heed the warnings. Thomas was a young man of the village, a farmer's son who had grown up hearing the stories of the silver mist. He had always been curious, intrigued by the tales of the Hightower and its mysterious power. He had never seen the mist for himself, never ventured out on the mornings when the village was shrouded in its silver haze. But this year was different. There was something about the way the mist seemed to cling to the air, the way it hovered just beyond the edge of the village's soul. His curiosity, long suppressed, finally got the better of him. On a cold morning just before dawn, Thomas slipped out of his house, his boots crunching softly on the frost-covered ground. The mist had already begun to descend from the cliffs, moving slowly, like a living thing. He hesitated for a moment at the edge of the village, watching as the mist rolled closer, thick and shimmering. It was beautiful in a strange, unsettling way, like liquid moonlight flowing over the earth. Without thinking, he stepped into it. The cold hit him first, a chill that sank deep into his bones, far colder than the autumn air had any right to be. The mist swirled around him, thick and dense, cutting off the world beyond. For a moment he could see nothing but silver, the trees and the fields swallowed up in the shimmering haze. And then, slowly the world began to fade. His limbs grew heavy, his thoughts sluggish. He tried to move, but his legs refused to obey. The last thing he remembered before the darkness took him was the sound of his own heartbeat, slow and steady, echoing in the silence. Thomas awoke in darkness. At first he thought he was still in the mist, trapped in its silver embrace, but as his eyes adjusted, he realized he was somewhere else entirely. The ground beneath him was hard and cold, and the air around him was damp, heavy with the scent of stone and earth. He pushed himself up on unsteady legs, his head swimming with confusion. Where was he? How had he gotten here? The answer came in the form of a voice, soft and distant, echoing through the darkness. It was calling to him, whispering his name in a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Thomas turned, searching for the source of the voice, but there was nothing, only shadows and silence. And yet the voice persisted, growing louder, more insistent. "Come," it whispered, "come to the top." A chill ran down Tomas's spine, not from fear, but from something deeper, something primal. He knew where he was now. He was inside the high tower. The realization should have terrified him, but instead he felt a strange sense of inevitability, as if he had always known he would end up here. The voice, he could feel it pulling him upward, toward the top of the tower. He took a step forward, then another, his feet moving of their own accord. The darkness parted before him, revealing a spiral staircase that wound its way upward into the shadows. Without hesitation, he began to climb. The stairs seemed endless. With each step, Thomas felt the weight of the tower pressing down on him, the air growing colder, thicker, as though the very walls were closing in around him. The voice continued to call, growing louder with each turn of the staircase. He tried to stop, tried to turn back, but his legs refused to obey. He was no longer in control. The tower was guiding him now. As he climbed, his surroundings began to change. The walls, once smooth stone, became rough and jagged. The air filled with the distant sound of whispers, too faint to make out. He could feel eyes on him, watching from the shadows, though he saw no one. The weight of those unseen gazes pressed down on him, a suffocating presence that made it hard to breathe. Finally, after what felt like hours, Thomas reached the top. He emerged onto a wide, open platform, the cold wind biting at his skin. The sky above was dark, the stars obscured by thick clouds that hung low over the land. In the center of the platform stood the figure from his dreams, cloaked in shadow, its face hidden beneath a hood. It was taller than any man Thomas had ever seen, its form unnaturally still. The figure raised an arm, pointing toward the horizon, and as Thomas followed its gesture, his breath caught in his throat. There, beyond the valley, beyond the village, the land was bathed in silver light. The mist, glowing faintly in the distance, stretched out like a vast ocean, and in its depths he saw himself. He was lying on the ground, motionless, his eyes closed as the mist swirled around him. His chest did not rise, his limbs were still. He was dead. A wave of terror washed over Thomas as the realization hit him. The mist had taken him, just as it had taken so many before. The figure in the cloak, the one who had called him here, had shown him the truth. There was no escape. The mist had claimed him, body and soul. As the wind howled around him, the figure faded into the shadows, leaving Thomas alone at the top of the high tower. The silver mist below seemed to glow brighter, pulsing with a cold, otherworldly light, and as he stood there, staring out at the reflection of his own death, Thomas felt the last vestiges of his will slip away. The mist was calling him, pulling him back into its depths, and this time he would not wake. Story 9. The high tower stood tall and foreboding on the cliffs, its dark stones a stark contrast against the ever-changing skies. For centuries it had watched over the land, an ancient relic from a time forgotten by the people who now lived in the villages below. Its history was long lost, its purpose obscured by myth and legend, but one thing had remained constant throughout the ages: the eternal flame. The flame burned at the very heart of the high tower, in a chamber deep within its bowels, where few dared to venture. It had burned for as long as anyone could remember, and according to the old stories, it had been lit when the tower itself was first constructed. No one knew who had lit the flame or why, but its significance was woven into the fabric of the town's lore. The flame never flickered, never dimmed, even in the worst of storms, when the winds howled and the rain battered the tower. It was said to be eternal, a beacon that shone through the darkest nights. There were many tales about the flame, whispered by the villagers who lived in the shadow of the high tower. Some said it was a magical fire, lit by sorcerers of old to ward off evil spirits or to protect the land from some unseen threat. Others believed it was a signal, meant to guide someone or something back to the tower. The most unsettling of the stories, though, spoke of the flame as a waiting sentinel, its light marking the return of a forgotten king or a long-banished entity. It was said that when the time was right, the one who had lit the flame would return to claim the power that lay within the tower's walls. The villagers had learned to live with the flame's constant presence, but there were always those who were drawn to and captivated by the mysteries it seemed to hold. One such person was Elric, a young scholar who had come to the village from a distant city. He had heard of the Hightower and its eternal flame in passing, but it wasn't until he arrived and saw the tower for himself that his curiosity was truly piqued. Elric was a man of reason, a seeker of knowledge, and the idea of an ever-burning flame was something that both fascinated and troubled him. Fire, after all, was a force of nature, dependent on fuel and air. The idea that a flame could burn forever, without any visible source, defied everything he knew. But the villagers spoke of it with such reverence, such certainty, that Elric couldn't help but wonder if there was something more to it, something that science and logic couldn't explain. He spent weeks in the village, gathering what little information he could about the Hightower and the eternal flame. The Targaryen were reluctant to speak of it at first, wary of an outsider asking too many questions, but eventually they began to share their stories. They told him of the tower's ancient origins, of the strange, haunting light that sometimes flickered from its windows late at night, and of the figures that had been seen wandering near its base, though none had ever been identified. Most importantly, they told him of the flame. According to the oldest of the villagers, the flame had burned for more than 1,000 years, its light never dimming, even during the fiercest storms. The fire was said to be pure white hot, and so bright that it was painful to look at for too long. Yet it produced no smoke, and there was no visible source of fuel. The villagers believed the flame had been lit by the first guardians of the tower, long before their ancestors had settled in the valley, and that it would burn until the guardian or whoever it had been lit for returned. Elric was intrigued. He had always been drawn to puzzles, to things that couldn't be easily explained, and the eternal flame was perhaps the greatest mystery he had ever encountered. Determined to uncover the truth, he made up his mind to see the flame for himself. The villagers warned him against it, telling him that the Hightower was cursed, that those who ventured too close to the flame often didn't return. But Elric was undeterred. He had faced danger before in the name of knowledge, and he was certain that this was no different. One cool autumn morning, just before dawn, Elric set out for the Hightower. The air was crisp, and the sky was streaked with the first hints of light. The path to the tower was narrow and winding, cutting through dense woods and rocky cliffs. As he approached, he felt a strange unease settle over him, as though the very air around the tower was heavy with an unseen presence. But he pressed on, his curiosity stronger than his fear. The entrance to the tower was old and worn, its massive stone doors partially ajar. Elric hesitated for only a moment before pushing them open, the sound of grinding stone echoing through the dark halls beyond. Inside, the tower was silent, the air cool and still. He followed the winding corridors deeper into the heart of the tower, guided only by the faint glow that seemed to emanate from somewhere deep within. After what felt like an eternity of walking, Elric finally reached the chamber. The door was smaller than he had expected, its wood blackened by time, but it opened easily under his hand, and there, in the center of the room, was the eternal flame. It was exactly as the villagers had described: bright, white hot, and strangely beautiful. The fire burned in a stone brazier, its light casting long shadows on the walls of the chamber. Elric stepped closer, squinting against the brightness, and marveled at the fire's purity. There was no fuel, no logs or kindling, no oil to keep it burning. It was as if the flame existed on its own, independent of the natural world. He reached out a hand, curious to see if the heat would sear his skin, but to his surprise it did not. The flame was warm, but not unbearably so. It was as if it were waiting for something, as if it had been lit with a purpose that had yet to be fulfilled. As Elric stood before the flame, mesmerized, he began to feel a strange sensation. It was subtle at first, a faint pull at the edge of his consciousness, but it grew stronger with each passing moment. The flame seemed to call to him, whispering in a language he couldn't quite understand. He took a step closer, his eyes locked on the fire, and in that moment he realized that the villagers had been right. The flame wasn't just a beacon, it was a signal, a message left for someone who had yet to return. Suddenly the air in the chamber grew cold, and a low hum filled the space around him. The light from the flame seemed to intensify, its glow flickering wildly, as if responding to something unseen. Elric's heart pounded in his chest as he stepped back, his mind racing. The stories of the forgotten guardian, of the one who would return to claim the tower, flooded his thoughts. Could it be true? Was the flame waiting for someone or something to come back? Before he could react, the flame surged, its light blinding him momentarily. When his vision cleared, he was no longer alone. A figure stood on the opposite side of the flame, tall and cloaked in shadow. Its face was hidden, but Elric could feel its gaze fixed on him, cold and unrelenting. The flame flared again, brighter than ever before, and Elric knew in that instant that whatever or whoever the flame had been waiting for had returned. The figure stepped closer, its presence filling the room with a weight that pressed down on Elric's chest. He tried to speak, to ask who or what it was, but no words came. The flame, once so beautiful and mesmerizing, now seemed ominous, its light casting harsh shadows on the walls. The figure raised a hand, and the flame responded, shrinking slightly as if bowing to its master. Elric felt a cold chill run down his spine as the realization hit him. The flame had never been meant for him. It had been waiting for something ancient, something powerful, and now that power had returned. As the figure stepped closer, the flame dimmed, its light fading to a soft, eerie glow. Elric backed away, his heart racing, but he knew there was no escape. The eternal flame had served its purpose. The one it had been lit for had finally come home. Story 10. The Hightower stood on the cliffs above the village, its dark silhouette etched against the sky, like a sentinel of the forgotten past. On most nights it was a quiet ruin, a remnant of a time long gone, left to decay beneath the harsh winds and storms that swept in from the sea. But there were certain nights, windy nights, when the villagers would hear a strange, haunting sound emanating from its high walls. A melody, soft and lilting, would drift down from the tower, carried on the wind like the whisper of a dream. They called it the lullaby of the tower. No one knew how or why the lullaby played, but they all knew what happened to those who heard it. The melody was beautiful, achingly so, with a hypnotic quality that seemed to reach deep into the listener's mind. And those who heard it truly heard it were never the same again. The song would draw them from their homes, their bodies moving as if guided by an invisible hand. They would sleepwalk through the village, their eyes closed, their faces serene, and make their way toward the Hightower. They were never seen again. The first disappearance had happened generations ago. A young girl named Eliza had been the first to succumb to the lullaby. She had been known for her curiosity, often wandering too far from home, drawn to the unknown like a moth to flame. On a particularly stormy night, when the winds howled through the village, the melody first drifted down from the tower. Eliza's mother had found her bed empty the next morning, her nightgown left in a heap at the door. The villagers searched for her for days, scouring the cliffs and the forest around the tower, but there was no trace. Some claimed they saw footprints in the soft earth leading toward the base of the tower, but the trail stopped abruptly, as if she had simply vanished. Over the years, others followed. The song would appear without warning, only on nights when the wind was especially strong, and always it would claim another victim. Sometimes it was a child, sometimes an adult, but the pattern was the same. The villagers had long since learned to fear the sound of the wind rising around the Hightower. On those nights they would bolt their doors and cover their ears, desperate to drown out the melody that called from the cliffs. It was said that the lullaby was cursed, an ancient enchantment that had been placed on the tower by a long-dead sorcerer, or perhaps a grieving mother who had lost her child to the sea. Some whispered that the melody was a woman's voice singing a song of loss and longing, calling her children home to the tower. Whatever the truth, the villagers lived in constant fear of windy nights, knowing that once the lullaby began, it was only a matter of time before someone was lost. One autumn night, as the winds began to pick up and the first howls of a storm rolled in from the sea, the village prepared for the worst. Windows were shuttered, doors were bolted, and families huddled together by their fires, hoping that this night the melody would pass them by. But as the night wore on and the winds grew fiercer, the first notes of the lullaby began to drift through the air. It started softly, barely more than a whisper carried on the wind, but soon the melody grew louder, wrapping itself around the village like a silken thread. It was beautiful, achingly beautiful. The notes rose and fell like the waves of the ocean, sweet and sorrowful, filling the air with a sense of longing that was almost tangible. It was impossible to ignore. Those who tried to block it out found themselves unable to resist, their minds drawn to the sound, their hearts aching with the beauty of it. In a small cottage near the edge of the village, a young woman named Mara sat by the fire, staring into the flames. She had heard the stories of the lullaby her whole life, but she had never heard it herself. Her parents had always warned her to stay inside on windy nights, to cover her ears and never, under any circumstances, listen to the melody. But Mara was different from the other villagers. She was restless, always searching for something more, something beyond the quiet life of the village. And now, as the lullaby filled the air, she felt an inexplicable pull, a deep yearning that she could not ignore. At first she tried to resist. She pressed her hands to her ears, trying to block out the sound, but the melody seemed to seep into her mind, bypassing her defenses. It was as though the song was speaking directly to her, calling her name, urging her to follow. The flames in the hearth flickered, casting long shadows on the walls, and the wind outside howled in response to the melody, as if the world itself were answering the song. Slowly, almost without realizing it, Mara stood. Her limbs felt heavy, her mind clouded, but there was a strange peace in the pull of the lullaby. She moved toward the door, her feet carrying her forward as if by their own will. The latch clicked open, and the cold night air rushed in, but Mara didn't feel it. The only thing that mattered was the song. Outside, the village was dark, the streets empty save for the swaying trees and the distant outline of the Hightower looming on the cliffs. The melody seemed to guide her steps, pulling her toward the tower, toward the source of the music. She wasn't afraid. In fact, she felt calm, peaceful even, as though she were finally going home. As she walked through the village, she saw others emerging from their homes, their faces blank, their eyes closed. Children, parents, the elderly, no one was immune to the pull of the lullaby. Together they walked in silence, moving as one toward the tower, drawn by the haunting melody that filled the air. The wind whipped around them, carrying the song higher and higher, until it seemed to echo from the very stones of the high tower itself. The path to the tower was steep and treacherous, winding up the cliffs that overlooked the sea. The wind battered at them, but the song was stronger. Mara felt her body growing heavier with each step, her eyelids drooping as the lullaby wrapped itself tighter around her mind. But she couldn't stop. None of them could. The tower called to them, its ancient walls dark and silent, waiting. When they reached the base of the high tower, the melody seemed to swell, filling the air with a sense of completion, of inevitability. The great wooden doors stood open, a soft light glowing from within. One by one, the villagers entered, their faces serene, their bodies moving with the grace of sleepwalkers. Mara followed, her heart beating in time with the rhythm of the lullaby, her mind sinking deeper into the dreamlike state that had overtaken her. Inside, the tower was cold and dark, the only light coming from a faint glow that seemed to radiate from the very walls. The melody filled the space, echoing off the stones, and as Mara looked up, she saw the spiral staircase winding upward into the darkness. The figure of the woman from the stories, cloaked, faceless, her voice carrying the song, seemed to flicker in the shadows. The villagers continued their ascent, drawn to the top of the tower, where they would disappear into the night, never to be seen again. As the last notes of the lullaby faded into silence, the wind outside howled once more, and the high tower stood as it always had, waiting for the next windy night to sing its haunting song once again. Story 11. The high tower stood as a monument to forgotten times, an ancient structure that had loomed over the land for as long as anyone could remember. Its dark stone walls and narrow windows seemed to stare down at the village below, always silent, always watching. For generations, the villagers lived in the shadow of the high tower, passing on stories about its mysteries, each tale more chilling than the last. But one story persisted above all others, the legend of the hidden library. According to scholars and travelers who had visited the village over the centuries, deep within the high tower lay a secret library, a place filled with forbidden knowledge. Its shelves were said to be lined with ancient tomes, many of which contained secrets that could unravel the very fabric of the world. But the most remarkable thing about the library was not the age or content of its books. It was the fact that the books were said to write themselves. Each volume contained knowledge that appeared as if by magic, new chapters and pages materializing as if the books were alive, endlessly recording the truths of the universe. However, the library came at a price. Those who found it and dared to read the books within its walls paid for their knowledge with something far more valuable than gold. Slowly, the act of reading these forbidden texts would strip the reader of their past, their identity, and eventually their very sense of self. It was said that the more one read, the more one forgot, until nothing remained but the knowledge within the books. The library did not steal lives, but it consumed them in a far crueler way. Over the years, many scholars and adventurers had tried to find the hidden library, drawn by the allure of its promises. Some sought to unravel the mysteries of the universe, others hoped to learn the secrets of immortality, and still others sought forbidden knowledge that could bend the will of nations. But few who entered the high tower in search of the library ever returned, and those who did were never the same. They spoke in cryptic fragments, their eyes hollow, as if the person they had once been had been erased. One such scholar was Maren, the young woman who had spent her life studying the ancient texts of her people. She had heard the stories of the hidden library ever since she was a child. and the thought of such a place had filled her with both fascination and dread. Unlike many of her peers, Maren was not interested in power or immortality. She had dedicated her life to knowledge for its own sake, and the idea of a library that could reveal the deepest secrets of the world was too tempting to resist. For years she had researched the Hightower, poring over ancient maps and manuscripts that hinted at its many layers and hidden chambers. But no map ever revealed the exact location of the library, and no manuscript spoke directly of how to find it. The scholars who had come before her had alluded to strange rituals and hidden passages, but none of them had ever offered a clear path, and yet Maren knew in her heart that the library was real. It had to be. So one autumn morning, with the leaves turning gold and the air growing colder, Maren set out for the Hightower. The village was quiet as she passed through its narrow streets, the villagers watching her from behind shuttered windows. They knew where she was going, and though they did not stop her, their eyes were filled with pity. They had seen too many like her over the years, scholars and dreamers who had ventured into the Hightower and never come back. But Maren was resolute. She believed she was different, that she could resist whatever curse lay within the tower's walls. The entrance to the Hightower was as imposing as she had imagined. The heavy wooden doors, bound with iron and covered in symbols she could not decipher, creaked open with a groan that echoed through the empty halls beyond. Maren stepped inside, her footsteps echoing off the cold stone floors. The air inside the tower was thick and musty, filled with the scent of damp stone and decay. She knew from her research that the path to the hidden library was not a straightforward one. The tower was a maze of corridors and chambers, many of which were designed to confuse and mislead those who entered. But Maren was prepared. She carried with her a small journal in which she had recorded every clue, every hint she had uncovered about the library's location. As she moved deeper into the tower, she followed the signs she had pieced together over the years, subtle markings on the walls, slight variations in the stone underfoot, all leading her toward her goal. Hours passed, and the light from the narrow windows grew dim as the sun began to set. Maren's heart raced as she descended deeper into the tower's lower levels, where few had ever ventured. The air grew colder, and the sense of being watched grew stronger. Shadows seemed to move in the corners of her vision, though when she turned to look, there was nothing there. But she pressed on, her determination outweighing her fear. At last, after what felt like an eternity, she found it. The entrance to the hidden library was a simple wooden door, unremarkable except for the faint glow that emanated from beneath it. Maren's hand trembled as she reached for the handle, and for a brief moment she hesitated. The stories of the library's curse filled her mind, the scholars who had entered and lost everything, the knowledge that had come at the cost of their very selves. But she had come too far to turn back now. The door creaked open, and Maren stepped inside. The library was vast, far larger than she had imagined. Shelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling, filled with books of every size and shape. The air was thick with the smell of old parchment and ink, and a soft light filled the room, casting long shadows across the floor. Maren's breath caught in her throat. It was real. The hidden library was real. She moved slowly through the room, her fingers trailing over the spines of the books. Each one seemed to hum with energy, as if the knowledge contained within was alive, waiting to be unlocked. But she knew the price. Each book came with a cost, the memory of its reader. Maren hesitated, her hand hovering over one of the tomes. Was she willing to pay the price? Her curiosity won out. She pulled a book from the shelf, its cover dark and worn, the title written in a language she did not recognize. As she opened it, the pages began to fill with words that seemed to appear out of thin air, written in ink that shimmered faintly in the dim light. She read the first page, then the second, her eyes wide with wonder. The knowledge contained within was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Secrets of the universe, the workings of time and space, truths that had been hidden for millennia. But as she read, something strange began to happen. The words on the page blurred, and for a moment Maren couldn't remember what she had just read. She turned back to the first page, but the words were gone, replaced by blank parchment. Panic seized her as she tried to recall what she had learned, but the knowledge slipped away like water through her fingers, and with it, so did her memories. She tried to close the book, to stop herself from losing more, but it was too late. The more she fought, the more she forgot her childhood, her family, her very name. She stumbled back, the book falling from her hands as the weight of her loss crushed her. Maren's journal, where she had recorded her journey, slipped from her pocket and fell to the floor, forgotten. The last thing she remembered before the darkness consumed her was the sensation of her own identity unraveling, leaving her an empty shell, lost to the hidden library forever. Story 12. The town of Holyfield had always lived in the shadow of the Hightower, its dark silhouette standing stark against the rolling hills. For as long as anyone could remember, the tower had been a fixture in their lives, a distant, foreboding structure whose origins were as murky as the mist that often gathered around its base. It had been there before the town was built, and it would likely be there long after the townsfolk were gone. Though many avoided it, wary of the strange stories that surrounded the ancient stone monolith, it was largely ignored. Life went on, and the Hightower was simply part of the landscape. But one morning everything changed. It had been an ordinary day the day before, with the townsfolk going about their business as usual. Farmers tended to their crops, children played in the streets, and the town's marketplace buzzed with activity. There had been nothing unusual about the weather, nothing strange in the air to suggest that anything was amiss. But when the people of Holyfield woke the next morning, they knew instantly that something was wrong. It began with small, almost imperceptible things. Clocks had stopped working overnight, and the morning sun seemed to hang at an odd angle in the sky. The usual routines felt slightly off, as if everything had been nudged out of place. But it wasn't until the town's mayor, Ewan, looked at the town's calendar that the full weight of the strangeness revealed itself. "What day is it?" he muttered to himself as he leafed through the pages. "It can't be." The calendar showed a date that was exactly 1 year ahead of the day everyone remembered it to be. Ewan's heart raced as he double-checked the numbers, certain that it must have been a mistake. But as more people awoke and gathered in the town square, it became clear that something far more disturbing had happened. Everyone had the same realization: an entire year had passed, and none of them could remember any of it. There were no memories of the changing seasons, no recollections of the harvest or the holidays they had always celebrated. It was as if the entire town had simply slept through the year, waking to find that the world had moved on without them. Children who had been on the verge of growing into teenagers the day before were suddenly taller. Their faces changed. Fields that had been freshly planted were now overgrown, and crops had rotted where they stood. Homes that had been well kept now showed signs of wear, as if they had been neglected for months. Panic rippled through the town as people tried to make sense of what had happened. Conversations were disjointed, filled with confusion and fear. "How could we have lost a whole year?" one woman cried. "What happened to us?" The worst part was that no one had any answers. It was as if the town had collectively fallen into a deep, dreamless sleep, and awoken to find that time had slipped through their fingers. But even more unsettling than the missing year was the discovery that the Hightower had changed. Though few people visited the tower, its appearance had always been the same, dark, crumbling and lifeless. But now the walls of the Hightower glowed faintly in the dark, a pale, eerie light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The glow was subtle during the day, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. But at night, it was impossible to ignore. It cast long, ghostly shadows across the fields, bathing the town in an otherworldly light. Speculation grew as to whether the Hightower was connected to the missing year. The townspeople had always known that the tower was strange, perhaps even dangerous, but it had never interfered with their lives in such a profound way. Now, standing at the center of this mystery, the tower seemed more menacing than ever. Ewan, determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, gathered a group of the town's most respected elders to discuss what should be done. Some argued that they should go to the tower to investigate the source of the strange glow and perhaps find answers about what had happened to them. Others warned against it, saying that the tower had always been a place best left alone. "We don't know what we're dealing with," one of the elders, a man named Harland, said gravely. "Whatever is happening, it's beyond our understanding. Going to the Hightower could make things worse." But curiosity and fear were powerful motivators. Despite Harland's warnings, a small group of townspeople, led by Ewan, decided to approach the Hightower the following night. Armed with lanterns and a mix of apprehension and resolve, they set out toward the tower just as the last rays of sunlight disappeared behind the hills. As they neared the tower, the glow from its walls became more pronounced. The stones seemed to hum with energy, a soft vibration that thrummed in the air around them. The closer they got, the more the glow intensified, casting strange, flickering shadows that made the tower appear alive. Ewan felt a deep unease settle in his chest as they reached the tower's base. The ancient wooden door that led into the tower stood slightly ajar, as if inviting them inside. He exchanged a glance with the others, all of them visibly shaken but unwilling to turn back now. They pushed the door open with a loud creak, the sound echoing through the hollow interior. Inside, the tower was cold and damp, the air thick with the scent of earth and stone. The faint glow that radiated from the walls illuminated the spiral staircase that wound its way up into the darkness above. Without a word, Ewan began to climb, the others following closely behind. The ascent was slow and disorienting. The walls seemed to pulse with the same faint light, casting shifting patterns that played tricks on the eyes. Ewan could hear his own breath, shallow and quick, as they climbed higher. The tower felt alive, as if it were watching them, waiting for something. When they reached the top, they were greeted by a sight that made their blood run cold. The top chamber of the Hightower, which had always been an empty ruin, was now filled with strange objects, crystals, old tomes, and metal instruments that none of them recognized. At the center of the room stood a large circular stone platform, upon which rested a massive crystal that glowed with the same eerie light they had seen from below. "What is this place?" one of the townsmen whispered, his voice trembling. Before anyone could respond, the crystal flared brightly, filling the room with blinding light. Ewan shielded his eyes, feeling a strange pressure building in his head. The light grew more intense, and suddenly everything went dark. When Ewan opened his eyes again, he was lying on the ground outside the tower, the night sky stretching out above him. He sat up, his heart pounding, and looked around. The others were scattered nearby, unconscious but beginning to stir. The tower loomed above them, its glow now gone, the eerie light extinguished. Ewan's mind raced as he tried to piece together what had happened, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. The memory of their time inside the tower was gone, wiped clean like the missing year. As the others woke, it became clear that none of them could remember what had transpired inside the Hightower. They had no answers, only more questions, and though the glow had disappeared, the sense of unease lingered. The missing year remained a mystery, and the tower, once again silent, continued to cast its long shadow over the town. No one knew what had taken place inside, or what had caused the year to vanish. But one thing was certain: the Hightower held secrets that no one could comprehend, and the town would never be the same again. Story 13. The Hightower stood as a solitary sentinel on the cliffs overlooking the jagged coast, its dark stone structure rising above the churning sea below. For generations, the fishermen of the nearby villages had lived under its shadow, casting their nets into the same waters their ancestors had sailed. The tower had always been a source of quiet unease, its presence more of a looming backdrop than an active threat, until the storms began, and with the storms came the songs. It started with whispers, passed among the fishermen after long days on the water. At first, the stories were dismissed as nothing more than fanciful tales born out of exhaustion. The sea, after all, was full of strange sounds: waves crashing against the cliffs, the calls of seabirds, and the wind howling through the narrow canyons carved by time. But these sounds were different. They said, on stormy nights, when the sky was dark and the wind whipped the sea into a frenzy, there came a melody soft, seductive, and impossible to ignore. It drifted down from the Hightower, carried by the winds, weaving its way through the howling gales. The fishermen called it the Song of the Sirens. At first, no one believed the stories. It was easier to chalk it up to the wild imagination of men who spent too much time on the open sea. But the tales persisted, spreading like wildfire through the villages. Men who had once been steady and strong began to speak of hearing the song while they worked the night tides, of feeling a strange pull toward the cliffs where the Hightower stood. Their eyes would glaze over as they described the melody, their voices hushed, as if speaking it aloud might bring the song back to them. As the storms grew more frequent, so did the disappearances. One by one, fishermen who had once been reliable members of the community went missing. They left no notes, no explanations, only empty boats drifting aimlessly near the shore, their nets untouched. Some of the older villagers remembered similar stories from decades past, though few had believed them at the time. But now, with more and more men vanishing, it was impossible to ignore. The villagers had long known to fear the sea, but the lure of the song was something they could not understand. It wasn't like the usual dangers they faced: storms, shipwrecks, or the treacherous waves. This was something darker, something unnatural. The song was beautiful, the fishermen said, but it was a beauty that hid something sinister beneath the surface. Once you heard it, truly heard it, there was no escaping its call. For Jonas, a seasoned fisherman and a father of 3, the Song of the Sirens had always been a story he laughed off. He had spent his entire life on the sea, navigating its dangers with skill and experience. He had weathered storms that would have sunk lesser men, and he had never been one to believe in ghost stories or superstitions. But as the storms grew worse, he could no longer ignore the quiet fear that spread through the village. It was on one such stormy night, when the sky was a deep, swirling grey and the wind screamed through the narrow streets, that Jonas heard the song for the first time. He had been out on his boat, battling the rising waves, trying to pull in his last catch before the storm made it impossible to stay on the water. The sea was rough the waves taller than his boat, but Jonas had faced worse before. As he strained against the wind, pulling his nets, a strange sound cut through the chaos around him. At first it was barely more than a whisper, a faint melody carried on the wind. But as he listened, the song grew stronger, the notes clearer, more distinct. It was like nothing he had ever heard before, a haunting, ethereal melody that seemed to bypass his ears and settle directly in his mind. The music wrapped itself around him, pulling at something deep inside, something primal and irresistible. Jonas shook his head, trying to focus on the task at hand. The storm was growing worse, and he needed to get back to shore before it became too dangerous. But the song persisted, weaving its way through the howling wind and crashing waves. It was beautiful, intoxicating even, and with each note Jonas felt his resolve weakening. The pull was gentle at first, a suggestion more than a command, but soon it became undeniable. He found his hands moving on their own, steering the boat toward the cliffs where the Hightower stood. The rational part of his mind screamed at him to stop, to turn back, but the song drowned out all reason. It filled him with a strange sense of peace, a warmth that spread through his chest, calming his fears and quieting his doubts. The storm no longer seemed so fierce, the waves no longer so threatening. All that mattered was the melody and the promise it held. Jonas was vaguely aware of the cliffs growing closer, of the Hightower looming above him, its stone walls glowing faintly in the storm's dim light. The song swelled, filling his ears, his mind, his entire being. He knew in that moment that he should be afraid, that this was not natural, but the fear was distant, a whisper drowned out by the song's seductive pull. He was almost to the cliffs when the boat jolted violently, snapping Jonas out of his trance. A wave, larger than the others, had struck the boat, nearly capsizing it. Jonas gripped the sides of the boat, blinking against the rain and the wind. For a moment the spell was broken, and he realized how close he had come to the rocks. Panic surged through him as he tried to turn the boat around, but the wind and the waves fought against him, pushing him closer and closer to the jagged cliffs. The song grew louder, more insistent, its sweet notes now tinged with something darker, more desperate. Jonas gritted his teeth, fighting against the pull, his hands trembling as he struggled to regain control of the boat. But no matter how hard he fought, the cliffs loomed ever closer, the Hightower's shadow falling over him like a curse. Just as the boat was about to be dashed against the rocks, the song reached its crescendo, a final, piercing note that seemed to tear through the storm. Jonas's vision blurred, his head spinning as the world around him dissolved into darkness. When he awoke, he was lying on the shore, his boat nowhere to be seen. The storm had passed, and the sky was clear, but the memory of the song lingered in his mind, haunting him. He had no idea how he had survived, but as he staggered to his feet, his body aching from the ordeal, he knew that he had come far too close to the cliffs, far too close to losing himself to the song. In the days that followed, Jonas found himself unable to escape the memory of the melody. It echoed in his mind, even in the quiet moments, and he felt the pull of the sea stronger than ever before. He wasn't the first to hear the song of the sirens, and he wouldn't be the last. But unlike the others, he had returned, or at least part of him had. The villagers never spoke openly of the song, but they knew that Jonas had been changed. His eyes, once bright and sharp, were now distant, as if part of him had remained with the song, lost to the sea forever. And on stormy nights, when the wind began to howl and the sky darkened, Jonas would sit by the shore, staring out at the cliffs, waiting to hear the melody once again, knowing that one day he wouldn't be able to resist. for the song of the sirens was patient, and it always called its own home in the end. Story 14. The Hightower had always been a place shrouded in mystery. Perched high on the cliffs overlooking the village of Ashvale, its dark, looming presence cast long shadows over the surrounding lands. It had stood there for centuries, watching silently as time passed, its origins and purpose long forgotten by those who lived nearby. Stories of the tower were as old as the village itself, and each generation passed down tales of the strange occurrences that were said to happen there. But none were more chilling than the legend of the Wanderer's coin. The legend began with a discovery. Many years ago, a young boy named Peter had been playing near the base of the Hightower when he stumbled upon something strange, a coin, half buried in the earth, gleaming faintly in the pale light of a cloudy afternoon. It was unlike any coin he had ever seen. It was larger than usual, its surface worn smooth by time, but etched with symbols that twisted and turned in ways his eyes couldn't quite follow. He had tried to show it to the others in the village, but when they saw the symbols, a deep unease settled over them. The symbols weren't from any known language, and no one could decipher their meaning, but the villagers were superstitious, and the coin felt wrong in a way that they couldn't explain. Peter's discovery sparked old memories, and whispers of the Wanderer's coin began to circulate once more. The old stories, long dismissed as the fanciful tales of elders, warned of a coin linked to the wandering spirits said to haunt the Hightower, restless souls who had once lived there, but were now doomed to wander for eternity. It was said that anyone who touched the coin would be cursed to share the same fate, condemned to wander the earth, never finding peace. Peter, being young and headstrong, scoffed at the warnings. He kept the coin, carrying it with him wherever he went, convinced that the stories were nothing more than superstition. But soon after he found the coin, strange things began to happen. Peter would wake in the middle of the night to find himself standing at the edge of the village, his feet covered in dirt, as if he had been walking in his sleep. At first he thought it was nothing, just a bad dream, but the sleepwalking continued, each time taking him further and further from home. The villagers watched him with growing concern, and some began to whisper that the curse had already taken hold. As the days turned to weeks, Peter's condition worsened. He became increasingly distant, his once bright eyes now clouded with a strange, far-off look. He began to wander even during the day, his feet carrying him aimlessly through the village and beyond, as if drawn by an invisible force. No one could stop him, and no matter how many times he was led back home, he would soon find himself walking again toward the Hightower. One evening, as the sun began to set behind the cliffs, Peter's mother found him standing at the base of the Hightower, staring up at its crumbling walls with vacant eyes. She pleaded with him to return home, but he didn't seem to hear her. His fingers clutched the coin tightly, his knuckles white from the force of his grip. The next morning, Peter was gone. No one saw him leave, and though the villagers searched far and wide, there was no sign of him. The only thing they found was the coin, lying in the dirt where Peter had last stood. The disappearance of Peter cemented the coin's dark reputation. No one dared touch it, fearful of the curse that had taken the boy. The coin remained where it was, untouched and avoided, slowly sinking into the earth as the years passed. But the stories lingered, and the legend of the Wanderer's coin grew with each retelling. As time went on, the village of Ashvale changed. New generations were born, and the old stories began to fade. But the Hightower remained, its shadow still looming over the village, a constant reminder of the past. And every now and then, someone would speak of the coin, usually in hushed tones, as if afraid that simply mentioning it might awaken its curse. One such person was a traveller named Elias. He arrived in Ashvale one autumn evening, a man of few words and many secrets. He claimed to be passing through, but the villagers noticed that he spent a lot of time near the high tower, staring up at its ancient stone walls with a look of deep curiosity. When asked about his interest in the tower, Elias simply shrugged and said he had heard stories of the place, but those who spoke with him could see that his fascination went deeper than mere curiosity. Elias had heard of the Wanderer's coin long before he arrived in Ashvale. He was a scholar of sorts, a seeker of lost knowledge and forbidden truths. The legend of the coin had intrigued him for years, and he had come to the village with a single purpose in mind: to find the coin and uncover its secrets. He did not believe in curses, at least not in the way the villagers did. To him, the coin was an artifact, a relic from a forgotten time, and he was determined to possess it. Despite the warnings of the villagers, Elias sought out the coin. It wasn't difficult to find, buried shallowly in the dirt near the base of the tower. The symbols on its surface were just as strange and indecipherable as they had been when Peter had first discovered it. Elias picked it up, feeling its weight in his hand, and studied the markings closely. There was something almost hypnotic about the way the symbols seemed to twist and shift in the light, as though they were alive. For a brief moment he felt a strange sensation, a faint tug at the edge of his mind, but he dismissed it as nothing more than excitement at his discovery. Elias pocketed the coin and returned to the village, intending to study it further in the quiet of his lodgings. But as the night wore on, a growing unease settled over him. He found it difficult to concentrate, his thoughts wandering aimlessly as he stared at the symbols on the coin. His mind felt clouded, as if something was pulling at him from a distance, and no matter how hard he tried to focus, he couldn't shake the feeling. The first night, Elias slept fitfully, plagued by dreams of endless roads and twisting paths that led nowhere. He woke before dawn, exhausted and disoriented, only to find himself standing at the edge of the village, staring up at the high tower. The coin was still in his pocket, warm against his skin. Over the following days, Elias found himself walking more and more. His feet carried him through the village and beyond, into the woods and up the cliffs, always toward the high tower. He couldn't explain why, he simply felt compelled to move, as though some invisible force was guiding him. He tried to resist, to stay inside and focus on his work, but the pull was too strong. Each night he would find himself standing at the base of the high tower, staring up at its walls, the coin clutched tightly in his hand. It wasn't long before Elias realized the truth. The coin was cursed, just as the villagers had said. It had been passed down through the ages from one wanderer to the next, each one doomed to roam the earth, never finding rest. And now, the curse had claimed him. One cold morning, before the sun had risen, Elias left the village for the last time. He didn't tell anyone where he was going, but those who saw him knew. They watched as he made his way up the cliffs toward the high tower, his steps slow and deliberate. He never returned. Weeks later, a new traveler arrived in Ashvale, passing through the village on his way to the coast. As he walked near the base of the high tower, his foot struck something in the dirt. Bending down, he found a coin half buried in the earth, etched with strange, indecipherable symbols. The curse of the Wanderer's coin would live on. Story 15. The high tower had stood for centuries, its dark stone rising high above the cliffs that overlooked the village of Evershore. It was ancient and weathered, yet indestructible, a relic of a time long forgotten by the villagers who lived in its shadow. Though it had no apparent purpose, no doors that opened, and no windows that offered a glimpse inside. The tower was far from abandoned. Every few generations, without warning or explanation, a new keeper was chosen. No one knew how it happened. There was no ceremony, no announcement, no ritual that marked the selection. One day, an ordinary villager would find themselves chosen, marked by a strange, almost imperceptible shift in their behavior. The keeper would change slowly at first, becoming more introspective, drawn to the tower, spending hours gazing at its walls or walking the paths that led to its base. As the days passed, the chosen individual would speak less and less, their mind seemingly consumed by something beyond the village, something no one else could see or understand. And then, within a year of their selection, they would disappear. The keeper was always young, always someone from the village who had lived an ordinary life until the moment they were chosen. They might be a farmer, a merchant, or even a child, but once the tower called them, their fate was sealed. The village had learned long ago not to interfere. Attempts to stop a chosen keeper from fulfilling their mysterious duties had only ended in tragedy. The Hightower demanded its keeper, and the village had no choice but to give it. The most recent selection had fallen on a young woman named Selene. She had lived in Evershore her entire life, the daughter of a fisherman, known for her kindness and sharp wit. Until her selection, she had led a simple life, helping her father on the docks and tending to the small garden behind their cottage. She had never shown any particular interest in the Hightower, nor had she ever spoken of the legends that surrounded it. But one autumn day, something shifted. Selene had been walking through the village when she stopped abruptly in the town square, her gaze fixed on the distant silhouette of the Hightower. From that moment she was different. At first it was subtle. She began spending more time alone, her laughter and lively conversation fading into silence. She would often walk along the cliffs at the edge of the village, staring up at the tower, as if listening for something only she could hear. Her father, worried but unsure of what to do, tried to talk to her, but she had little to say. The villagers knew what was happening, they had seen it before. Selene had been chosen as the new keeper. Whispers spread through the village, but no one dared to speak openly about it. To do so felt dangerous, as though the tower itself would hear and disapprove. The villagers had learned to fear the tower's power, its ability to claim one of their own without explanation. Selene, like the keepers before her, seemed to accept her fate in quiet resignation. She never spoke of her newfound connection to the tower, but her actions made it clear that the bond between them had formed. As the days passed, Selene's visits to the base of the Hightower grew more frequent. She would spend hours there, standing in its shadow, her face expressionless, as if she were waiting for something. The village watched from a distance, helpless to intervene. Those who had known Selene before her selection mourned the loss of the vibrant, joyful young woman she had once been, but they also knew there was nothing they could do. The keeper's fate was inevitable. The strangest part of the selection was that no one, not even the chosen keepers themselves, seemed to know what their duties were. The tower gave no instructions, no guidance, and yet the keepers always seemed to understand. They would disappear for hours at a time, sometimes even days, only to return with no explanation of where they had been. Some believed the tower communicated with them in ways no one else could comprehend, that the walls of the Hightower whispered ancient secrets meant only for the keeper's ears. Others thought that the tower held the keepers captive, forcing them to do its bidding until it no longer needed them. The most unsettling aspect of the role was the disappearance. Always, within a year of their selection, the keeper would vanish without a trace. No one knew where they went or what happened to them, but they were never seen again. The village had searched for the missing keepers in the past, scouring the cliffs, the woods, and the surrounding countryside, but they had never found any sign of them. It was as if they had simply walked into the tower one day and never emerged. As the months passed, the villagers began to prepare themselves for Celine's inevitable disappearance. They had grown accustomed to the pattern over the years, but it never became easier. The loss of a keeper was always a quiet tragedy, marked by a sense of helplessness and uncertainty. No one spoke of it, but everyone knew the time would come soon. Then one night it did. It was a cold, clear evening, the stars twinkling in the sky above the village, when Celine vanished. Her father, as he had done many nights before, had gone to check on her after she had spent the day at the base of the tower. But when he entered her room, it was empty. Her bed was untouched, her belongings undisturbed, but Celine was gone. The village was somber the next morning. Though no one had seen her leave, they all knew where she had gone. The tower had taken her, just as it had taken the keepers before her. There would be no search parties, no questions. The villagers would carry on as they always had, their lives continuing in the shadow of the high tower, knowing that the tower had claimed another soul. But there was something different about Celine's disappearance. For days after she vanished, a strange light could be seen at the top of the high tower. It was faint, barely visible in the daylight, but at night it glowed softly, casting a pale blue light over the cliffs. Some believed it was a sign that Celine's connection to the tower had been stronger than the keepers before her. Others feared it was a warning, a reminder that the tower's power was growing and that another keeper would be chosen soon. The villagers waited, as they always did, for life to return to normal. But in the quiet moments, when the wind howled through the streets and the shadows of the high tower stretched long over the village, they couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The tower had taken its keeper, as it always had, but this time it felt different, more ominous, more permanent. No one knew when the next keeper would be chosen, or who it would be. But they all knew that when the time came, the tower would reach out once more, selecting one of their own without reason or explanation. And once the tower called, there was no escape. The keeper would answer, drawn to the high tower by forces none could understand, and within a year they too would vanish. The high tower waited, silent and still, as it had for centuries. Its walls held the secrets of countless keepers, lost to time, but its need for a new keeper would always return. The cycle would continue, and the tower would remain a silent, unyielding force that shaped the fate of those who lived in its shadow. Story 16. The high tower loomed over the valley like a watchful sentinel, its stone walls darkened by centuries of wind and rain. The villagers of Britsh had lived under its shadow for as long as they could remember, its presence a constant reminder of the ancient history that shaped the land. Though the tower had long since fallen into disuse, crumbling at its edges and overtaken by ivy, it still held power over the hearts of those who lived nearby. There was an unspoken rule among the villagers: they did not venture too close to the high tower, especially when the moon was full, for with the full moon came the whispers of an old prophecy, one that spoke of ruin and a return no one wished to witness. The prophecy was as old as the high tower itself, passed down through generations in hushed tones, often by the firelight on stormy nights. It told of a time when a blood moon and ominous, red-tinged full moon would rise over the high tower, marking the return of a dark ruler who had once claimed dominion over the land. This ruler, the prophecy said, had been banished long ago by forces now forgotten, sealed away by ancient magic, but the seal was not permanent. When the blood moon rose again, it would signal the end of his exile, and he would return to reclaim the lands that were once his. bringing ruin to all who opposed him. Most dismissed the prophecy as mere legend, a relic of an age when fear and superstition ruled the minds of men. But there were always those who believed. The elders of the village, with their deep knowledge of the old ways, spoke of the prophecy with caution. They knew that beneath the surface of the world, old powers still stirred, waiting for their moment to rise again, and when they did, no one would be safe. For years, the blood moon had been nothing more than a tale, a symbol of a future catastrophe that seemed distant and unlikely. The moon in all its phases had never turned the deep, unsettling red described in the prophecy, but that changed one fateful autumn when the nights grew longer and the air colder than usual. The signs began subtly. Strange occurrences, at first dismissed as coincidence, started to spread throughout the valley. Livestock became restless, their eyes wide with fear at things unseen. The winds that swept down from the mountains carried with them strange, discordant sounds, almost like the distant echo of war drums. And in the night sky, the moon began to shift. It was gradual at first, a faint crimson hue creeping into its glow, but each night it grew deeper, until it burned bright red, casting a blood-stained light over the land. The villagers noticed the change immediately. At first they tried to convince themselves that it was just an unusual celestial event, something that would pass with time, but the elders knew better. The prophecy had spoken of this: when the blood moon rises over the Hightower, the dark ruler would return. The air in the village grew heavy with dread as people whispered in fear, recalling the stories they had heard as children. The Hightower itself seemed to respond to the moon's change. Its walls, once dark and weathered, now gleamed faintly in the blood-red light, as if something inside it had awakened. Some said they could see shadows moving within the tower's windows, even though no one had set foot inside for years. Others claimed to hear voices carried on the wind, low and menacing, speaking in a language no one understood. The tower, silent for centuries, had come alive again. Among the villagers, one name began to spread: Morveth. The Dark Lord. He was the ruler of legend, the one the prophecy foretold would return. Long ago he had ruled over the land with an iron fist, his power unrivaled, his cruelty unmatched. It was said that he had dabbled in forbidden magic, drawing power from the darkest corners of the world, until even the gods themselves turned against him. His reign had ended in a violent confrontation between forces of light and shadow, with Morveth sealed away by a spell so ancient that none remembered how it had been cast. But now, with the blood moon rising, that spell was breaking, and Morveth was returning to finish what he had started. The village of Britsh was not prepared for the terror that the prophecy foretold. As the blood moon reached its zenith, a strange mist began to rise from the ground, swirling around the base of the high tower. The mist moved like a living thing, coiling and shifting as it spread across the valley, creeping toward the village. At first it was no more than a faint haze, but soon it thickened, blotting out the stars and the moon, leaving the land bathed in an eerie, blood-red darkness. The mist brought with it the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, and echoing as if coming from a great distance. The villagers huddled in their homes, doors barred and windows shut tight, but the sound grew louder, closer, as if something was walking through the mist, drawing ever nearer. The air was thick with tension, and even the bravest among them knew better than to venture outside. For all the tales of Morveth's return, no one had expected it to happen like this. And then the figure appeared. He emerged from the mist at the edge of the village, tall and imposing, his face obscured by the hood of a dark, tattered cloak. His presence was undeniable, commanding. The air around him seemed to ripple with dark energy, and the blood moon cast an unnatural glow over his form. His eyes, glowing red like the moon itself, scanned the village as if searching for something or someone. The villagers who dared to look through their windows felt a cold terror grip their hearts. This was no mere man. This was Morveth, the Dark Lord, returned from his exile to reclaim what had once been his, and with him came ruin. The air grew colder as he moved through the village, his steps soundless but heavy with power. He made no effort to speak, no grand declaration of his return. He didn't need to. His presence alone was enough. The blood moon had risen, and his reign of darkness had begun. As Morveth reached the center of the village, the mist thickened, swirling around him like a cloak of shadows. The villagers, hidden in their homes, could only watch in helpless fear as the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. The earth cracked, and from the fissures rose dark, twisted shapes, creatures born of shadow and flame, summoned from the depths by Morveths. They moved through the village like phantoms, their eyes glowing with malevolent fire, searching for those who would dare to oppose their master. There were none. The prophecy had spoken true. With the blood moon's rise, Morveth had returned, and the land was his once more. The villagers of Hygric could do nothing but cower as the darkness spread, creeping across the valley, blotting out the light and hope that had once sustained them. The blood moon would set, as all moons do, but the darkness it had ushered in would remain. Morveth's reign had begun anew, and with it came ruin for all who stood in his way. The Hightower, once silent and empty, was now the seat of his power once more, its ancient stones glowing faintly with the dark magic that had kept him imprisoned for so long. Now free, he would stop at nothing to claim what was his. Story 17. The Hightower had always been a place of strange happenings, its dark, weathered stone rising above the cliffs like a solitary monument to a forgotten past. Over the years it had become more than just a ruin in the minds of the people who lived in the nearby village of Ravensreach. The tower held a presence, a pull that none could fully explain, and while many stories circulated about its mysterious origins, the most unsettling tale of all was that of the ghost children of Hightower. The ghostly children, the villagers whispered, appeared only after twilight, just as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned from gold to purple. They would emerge laughing, giggling, their small, pale forms darting in and out of the shadows at the base of the tower. They would call out to anyone nearby, their voices filled with innocent joy, asking them to join their games. But those who knew the stories understood that the children's laughter was anything but innocent. For as long as anyone could remember, people in the village had spoken of the ghost children. It was said that long ago, before the Hightower had fallen into ruin, there had been a great tragedy. A group of children from a nearby settlement had disappeared, lured to the tower by some unknown force. They had been playing near the cliffs when they were last seen, and despite desperate searches by their families in the village, no trace of them was ever found. Some said they had fallen into the sea, their bodies claimed by the cold waters below. But others believed something far worse had happened, that the tower itself had taken them. The children had never returned, but soon after their disappearance the ghostly apparitions began. On certain nights, when the air was still and the sky clear, the children's laughter could be heard echoing from the base of the tower. Those who dared to approach would see them pale, translucent figures, their clothes tattered, their faces strangely serene. They would call out, laughing as they danced around the crumbling stones, beckoning anyone who watched to come and join their games. At first, the villagers thought the sightings were mere hallucinations, the result of grief or overactive imaginations. But as more people claimed to see the children, the stories grew, and with each new sighting came a warning. Never answer the children's calls. Those who did were said to be lost, vanishing into the shadows with the ghostly figures, never to be seen again. One of the earliest stories told was of a woman named Eliza, a young mother who had lost her son in the tragedy many years ago. She had been one of the first to hear the children's voices after the disappearance. One night, not long after her son had vanished, she had been walking near the cliffs at dusk, hoping against hope to find some clue of Sigalvi's fate. As she neared the Hightower, she heard the unmistakable sound of children laughing. Her heart raced as she hurried toward the sound, desperate to believe that her son might still be alive. When she reached the base of the tower, she saw them children running in the fading light, their voices echoing through the night air, and there, among them, was her son. Eliza called out to him, her voice filled with relief and longing, but he did not respond. Instead, he and the other children continued their game, their laughter growing louder as they darted in and out of the shadows. Eliza, overcome with emotion, rushed forward to join him, but the moment she stepped into the circle of stones, the children vanished. The laughter faded, and she found herself standing alone in the cold evening air. Eliza was never the same after that night. She became distant, withdrawn, and was often seen wandering near the tower, as if waiting for the children to return. The villagers pitied her, but also feared for her, knowing that the ghost children's call was a trap. Eliza disappeared a few months later, her body never found. Some said she had finally answered the children's call and followed them into the shadows. The story of Eliza was not the only one. Over the years there had been other travelers who passed through the village, unaware of the warnings, and young men or women drawn by the strange allure of the tower. They too had heard the laughter, seen the children playing in the dusk, and ventured too close. Each time they vanished, leaving behind only whispers and fear. Despite the warnings, there were always those who couldn't resist the pull of the Hightower, particularly the younger villagers, who were less bound by the superstitions of their elders. They would sneak out at night, daring each other to venture closer to the tower, laughing nervously as they told stories of the ghost children. But even the bravest of them knew to leave before twilight settled, for none of them wished to test the truth of the old legends. One autumn evening, a young man named Thomas, headstrong and skeptical of the village's superstitions, decided to prove the stories false once and for all. Thomas had never believed in ghosts or curses. He was practical, driven by logic, and he had grown tired of the fearful whispers that seemed to haunt every conversation in the village. Determined to show the others that there was nothing to fear, he set out for the Hightower just as the sun began to set. The air was crisp, and the wind carried the scent of the sea as Thomas made his way up the cliffs toward the tower. He could hear the waves crashing against the rocks below, but the tower itself was silent. As he reached the base, he paused for a moment, looking up at the ancient structure, its stones bathed in the golden light of the fading sun. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. No laughter, no children, just the empty silence of the approaching night. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, the air grew still, and the first faint sounds of laughter began to drift through the air. Thomas froze, his heart skipping a beat. The sound was distant at first, like the echo of a memory, but it grew louder, closer. He turned toward the sound, and there, at the edge of the shadows, he saw them, the ghost children. They were exactly as the stories had described, small, pale figures, their laughter light and carefree as they ran and played near the base of the tower. For a moment Thomas felt a cold chill run down his spine, but he shook it off, telling himself it was nothing more than an illusion, a trick of the mind. He had come here to prove that the stories were false, and he wasn't going to back down now. As the children laughed and played, one of them, a small girl with long dark hair, turned and looked directly at him. She smiled, her face lit by the pale glow of twilight, and called out to him, "Come play with us." Thus, her voice was sweet, innocent, and for a moment Tomas hesitated. The pull of her voice was stronger than he had expected, and for a brief second he felt the urge to step forward, to join them in their games. But then he remembered the stories, the warnings whispered by the elders, and he stopped himself. "No," Thomas said, his voice shaky, "you're not real." The girl's smile faded, and the laughter around him grew quieter, more distant. The other children stopped their games and turned to look at him, their faces expressionless, their eyes dark and empty. "Don't you want to play?" the girl asked again, her voice no longer sweet but cold. Thomas felt his heart race as a wave of fear washed over him. He stepped back, his eyes locked on the children, but they remained where they were, watching him with unnerving stillness. The laughter was gone now, replaced by an oppressive silence that seemed to weigh down on him, suffocating him. Without another word, Thomas turned and ran. He didn't stop until he was far from the Hightower. The children's empty eyes still burned into his memory. He had gone to the tower to prove the stories false, but now, as he stood at the edge of the village, gasping for breath, he knew the truth. The ghost children were real, and their games were not meant for the living. Story 18. The Hightower stood like a sentinel over the cliffs, its ancient stones worn by centuries of wind and weather. Dark and imposing, the tower was a relic of a time long forgotten, and while its history had faded into legend, its presence remained a constant source of unease for those who lived in the nearby village of Dunsbrook. The villagers had long since learned to avoid the tower, speaking of it only in whispers, for they believed that it was not truly abandoned. Though no one had lived within its walls for generations, there were rumors that something still lingered inside something that listened. The most persistent and unsettling of these rumors was the one known as the tower's echo. According to the villagers, any words spoken near the base of the high tower would come back as whispers, altered in ways that were subtle but unnerving. Some claimed it was merely an acoustic trick, the wind carrying voices in strange ways through the tower's hollow halls. Others, particularly the older folk, insisted that the whispers were not mere echoes but a form of communication, an attempt by something within the tower to speak with a limb. The phenomenon had been reported for as long as anyone could remember. Children, in their innocence, would sometimes play near the tower's base, calling out to hear their voices bounce back, but their laughter would always turn to confusion when their words returned distorted, twisted in ways that seemed too deliberate to be a trick of the wind. A child might shout, "Can you hear me?" and the echo would return not with the same words but with something close. "We hear you," another might ask. "Who's there?" only to hear in return, "Who's here?" As the years passed, fewer and fewer people dared to venture close to the high tower, let alone speak near it. The fear of what might respond kept most at a safe distance. But there were always a few curious souls or skeptics who felt drawn to test the tower's echo for themselves. Some returned with unsettling stories, while others left in silence, their faces pale and drawn, unwilling to speak of what they had heard. One such person was a young man named Lyle. Unlike many of the villagers, Lyle had never believed in the old stories. He had grown up hearing the legends of the Hightower, passed down by his parents and grandparents, but he dismissed them as mere superstition. To him, the tower was just an old ruin, its stone walls crumbling under the weight of time. The whispers that people spoke of were nothing more than the wind, a natural phenomenon exaggerated by fear and imagination. Lyle was pragmatic, a man of logic, and he was tired of the village's constant avoidance of the tower. It irked him that so many of his neighbors lived in fear of a place that had never shown any real threat. Determined to prove that the stories were baseless, he decided to make his own journey to the Hightower and test the legend of the echo for himself. It was a crisp autumn afternoon when Lyle set out for the tower. The air was cool, and the sky above was clear, a perfect day for dispelling old myths. As he approached the cliffs, the towering structure came into view, casting its long shadow over the rocky landscape. Up close, the Hightower looked even more imposing, its stone walls blackened with age, its windows dark and empty. Lyle could feel the weight of the tower's presence pressing down on him, but he pushed the feeling aside, reminding himself that it was just a building, nothing more. He stood at the base of the tower, staring up at its weathered facade. The wind whistled through the cracks in the stone, but otherwise all was quiet. For a moment he hesitated. The stories he had heard as a child, the warnings of his elders, echoed in his mind, but he forced himself to push them aside. He had come here to test the tower's echo, and he wouldn't turn back now. Taking a deep breath, Lyle called out, his voice steady and clear. "Hello, is anyone there?" For a moment there was nothing, just the sound of the wind rustling through the grass and the faint crashing of the waves against the cliffs far below. But then, slowly, a sound began to rise from within the tower, soft at first, almost indistinguishable from the wind. It grew louder, clearer, until Lyle could make out the words. "Anyone here? Here." Lyle frowned. The echo had returned, but it wasn't quite right. His words had been altered, shifted just enough to unsettle him. He told himself it was just a trick of the acoustics, the result of the wind bouncing his voice around the hollow structure, but a knot of unease began to form in his stomach. He called out again, this time more loudly, as if to assert his control over the situation. "Who are you?" Again there was a pause, and then the echo came back, but this time the voice sounded different. It wasn't his voice anymore. It was softer, colder, and seemed to come from somewhere deep within the tower. "Who are you?" A chill ran down Lyle's spine. The distortion in the words was sharper now, more deliberate. He swallowed, trying to shake off the creeping fear that had begun to settle over him. It was nothing, he told himself. Just the wind playing tricks. Determined to push further, Lyle took a step closer to the tower, his hand brushing against the cold stone. "Why do you whisper?" he asked, his voice quieter now, almost tentative. The reply came almost immediately, the whisper sharper than before, closer. "Why do you whisper?" Lyle's heart pounded in his chest. He felt a strange sensation in the pit of his stomach, as if the ground beneath his feet were shifting. There was something deeply wrong about the echo, something unnatural. The voice that came back to him wasn't just repeating his words, it was questioning him, as if something within the tower was listening and trying to understand him. The wind picked up, howling through the cracks in the stone, and the tower seemed to groan in response, its walls shuddering as if alive. Lyle stepped back, his breath quickening. The air around him felt heavier, thick with something he couldn't see or explain. He looked up at the tower's dark windows, half expecting to see something staring back at him, but there was only emptiness. "Stop it," he muttered under his breath, trying to shake off the fear. "It's just the wind." But the tower wasn't finished with him yet. Before he could turn to leave, a final whisper rose from within the high tower, soft and chilling, as if spoken by a voice from another world. "We are waiting." Lyle's blood ran cold. The words were not his own, and the tone was different, more sinister, more aware. Something was inside the tower, something that had been listening to him, twisting his words, responding in ways he could no longer dismiss as mere echoes. Without another word, Lyle turned and fled, his heart racing as he scrambled back down the cliffs toward the village. The wind howled at his back, carrying with it faint whispers that seemed to follow him long after he had left the tower behind. Back in the safety of his home, Lyle tried to make sense of what had happened. He told himself it was just the wind, just his imagination running wild. But deep down he knew the truth. The high tower was not abandoned. Something lingered within its walls, something that listened, that whispered back. And whatever it was waiting. Story 19. The highlands around the high tower were vast, covered in dense forests that stretched for miles. Tall, ancient trees swayed in the wind, their branches tangled together, casting long, shifting shadows on the ground below. For generations, the villagers of Greyholt had lived on the edge of these forests, their lives shaped by the land and the seasons. The forest provided timber and game, but they also held a deep, abiding sense of mystery. Though many ventured into the woods to hunt or gather herbs, few dared to go too far, especially near the high tower, for hidden among the trees, it was said, roamed the iron wolves. The legend of the iron wolves was as old as the high tower itself, passed down from parent to child in whispered stories meant to keep curious souls from straying too far into the woods. According to the tales, the wolves were not of flesh and bone, but of iron, massive, silent beasts whose bodies gleamed faintly in the moonlight, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. They were swift and merciless, appearing only when the secrets of the high tower were threatened. No one knew how the wolves had come to be, or whether they were created by magic or something older and darker. But everyone knew that once the iron wolves appeared, there was no escape. Most dismissed the stories as folklore, believing that the iron wolves were simply a metaphor for the dangers of the forest. The highlands were home to real wolves, after all, and it wasn't uncommon for travelers to go missing in the dense woods. But there were always those who believed the stories were more than just tales to scare children. The elders spoke of strange sightings, hunters who had returned to the village, pale and shaken, swearing they had seen wolves larger than any beast of nature, their bodies glinting like metal in the dappled light of the trees. The stories were enough to keep most people away from the high tower, but every now and then, a curious soul would venture too close, and that was when the wolves would appear. One such person was a young hunter named Callan. Callan had grown up hearing the stories of the iron wolves, but had never believed them. He had spent his entire life in the highlands, learning to track and hunt in the dense woods, and he had never seen anything remotely resembling the Rhea. To him, the wolves were nothing more than a myth, tale to keep children from wandering too far from home. But Callan was different from most of the villagers. He was drawn to the unknown, always seeking out the secrets hidden in the dark corners of the forest, and nothing intrigued him more than the high tower. The high tower stood at the heart of the forest, its tall, crumbling walls rising above the treetops like a solitary giant. Few in the village had ever been close to it. and even fewer had ventured inside. But Kellen had always been curious about the tower. What secrets did it hold? Why had it been built in such a remote place? And what had caused it to be abandoned? The more he thought about it, the more his curiosity grew, until one autumn day he decided to find out for himself. The sun was high in the sky as Kellen set out from Greyholt, his bow slung across his back, a quiver of arrows at his side. The forest was quiet, the only sounds the rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a bird. Kellen moved quickly and silently, his senses attuned to the rhythms of the woods. He knew these paths well, having hunted in the highlands for years, but as he approached the part of the forest that bordered the Hightower, the air seemed to change. It grew heavier, thicker, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. Kellen pressed on, his heart beating a little faster as the Hightower came into view through the trees. The tower was even larger than he had imagined, its stone walls dark and foreboding, covered in ivy and moss. The air around it felt colder, and a strange sense of anticipation settled over him. He stood at the edge of the clearing, staring up at the tower, when he heard a faint sound like the creaking of metal. His hand instinctively moved to the bow on his back as he turned toward the noise. For a moment, there was nothing, just the quiet rustling of leaves in the breeze. But then, from the shadows beneath the trees, he saw them, the iron wolves. They moved silently, their massive bodies slipping through the forest like shadows. Their fur, if it could be called that, was dark and metallic, their eyes glowing a deep, unnatural red. Kellen's breath caught in his throat as he watched them, their heads low, their bodies sleek and muscular. They were unlike anything he had ever seen, creatures of metal, yet they moved with the grace and fluidity of real wolves, their claws leaving no sound on the forest floor. There were 3 of them, each one larger than any wolf Kellen had ever encountered. They circled the clearing, their eyes never leaving him, their movements slow and deliberate, as if they were assessing whether he was a threat. Kellen stood frozen, his bow in hand, but his instincts screaming at him not to move. The stories had been true. The iron wolves were real, and they were here to protect the secrets of the Hightower. The wolves moved closer, their red eyes glowing brighter as they approached. Kellen's heart pounded in his chest as he tried to think. Should he run? Fight? But deep down he knew that neither would make a difference. The wolves were faster than him, stronger, and there was something more to them than just their iron bodies. There was an intelligence in their eyes, something that made them more than mere animals. Suddenly one of the wolves let out a low growl, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the air, causing the ground beneath Kellen's feet to tremble. It was a warning. He was too close. The Hightower's secrets were not meant for him. Kellen slowly began to back away, his eyes never leaving the wolves. The largest of the 3, a massive creature whose iron fur gleamed in the fading light, stepped forward, its teeth bared in a silent snarl. Kellen's hands trembled as he gripped his bow tighter, but he knew that firing an arrow would only anger them. His only hope was to retreat, to show that he meant no harm. With painstaking slowness, Kellen continued to back away, his breath coming in short, shallow gasps. The wolves watched him with unblinking eyes, their bodies tense, ready to spring at any moment. But as he reached the edge of the clearing, something shifted. The wolves stopped moving, their eyes still fixed on him, but they no longer advanced. Kellen hesitated, unsure of what had changed. The wolves stood like statues, their bodies perfectly still, their red eyes glowing like embers in the shadows. Then, without a sound, they turned and disappeared back into the forest, vanishing as silently as they had appeared. For a long moment Callan stood there, his heart racing, his mind struggling to comprehend what had just happened. The Iron Wolves had spared him. They had allowed him to leave, but why? The stories had always said that those who ventured too close to the Hightower never returned. Yet here he was, alive and unharmed. As he made his way back to the village, his thoughts were a whirlwind of confusion and fear. The Iron Wolves were real, and they had shown him mercy. But the message was clear: the secrets of the Hightower were not to be disturbed. Whatever lay within its walls was guarded by something far older and more dangerous than Callan had ever imagined. From that day on, Callan never ventured near the Hightower again. He had seen the Iron Wolves with his own eyes, and he knew that they were more than just protectors of the tower. They were guardians of a mystery that no one was meant to uncover. Story 20. The Hightower had always been a place of mystery, its towering presence a constant reminder of the forgotten past of the Highlands. The villagers who lived in its shadow spoke in hushed tones of the strange things that were said to reside within its dark, crumbling walls, but no tale captivated the imagination quite like the legend of the Lost King's crown. Long ago, before the Highlands were fractured into villages and settlements, they were ruled by a single king, known only in legend as the Lost King. His reign had been one of both prosperity and darkness. Under his rule, the Highlands had thrived, their people united under his banner, but the king was said to have been consumed by ambition, driven by a desire for power that knew no bounds. He had commissioned the forging of a crown, not made of gold or precious jewels, but of iron and magic, said to grant the wearer untold power. But power, as the old tales warned, always came at a price. The story of the Lost King's downfall was shrouded in mystery. Some said he had gone mad, his mind warped by the very power the crown had given him. Others whispered that the crown had not been made by mortal hands, but by forces far darker, and that it had cursed the king from the moment it touched his brow. Whatever the truth, the king had disappeared one night, along with his crown, and the kingdom he had built slowly crumbled without his rule. The Highlands descended into chaos, and the king became nothing more than a distant memory, a ghost of the past. But the crown, the stories said, was still out there. According to legend, the crown had been hidden away within the Hightower, locked inside its stone walls, waiting for someone brave or foolish enough to claim it. Some believed that whoever found the crown would gain the power that had once been the king's, while others warned that the crown was cursed, and that those who sought it would be doomed to the same fate as the lost king. Over the years, many had tried to find the crown, drawn by the promise of power or by the allure of the unknown, but none had ever returned. Despite the danger, the legend persisted, whispered among travelers and adventurers who passed through the Highlands. It was said that the Hightower held more than just the crown. It held secrets older than the kingdom itself, secrets that had been forgotten by time, but never truly lost. And while the villagers of the Highlands kept their distance from the tower, there were always a few who could not resist the pull of the legend. One such adventurer was a man named Finn. He was a wanderer by nature, a man who had spent his life searching for treasures and forgotten relics in the far corners of the world. The story of the Lost King's crown had reached him in a tavern one evening, told by an old storyteller who had seen too many winters and had nothing left but his tales. Finn had listened quietly, his interest piqued by the mention of untold power. He had heard many stories like this before, tales of ancient kings and cursed treasures, but something about the crown intrigued him. The idea that such a powerful artifact could be hidden in the Hightower, untouched for centuries, called to him in a way few things had. Finn decided then and there that he would find the crown. The journey to the Hightower was long and perilous, the dense forests and rugged hills of the highlands making travel difficult. The tower itself was perched atop a cliff, its stone walls blackened with age, standing tall and silent against the sky. As Finn approached, he could feel the weight of the tower's history pressing down on him, the air around it thick with something he couldn't quite place, an ancient, lingering presence that seemed to watch his every move. He reached the base of the tower just as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the ground. The entrance to the tower was an arched doorway, half covered in moss and ivy, its wooden doors creaking on rusted hinges. Finn pushed them open, the sound echoing through the empty halls within. The air inside was cold and damp, filled with the scent of old stone and decay. Finn lit a torch, the flickering flame casting dim light on the walls as he stepped inside. The interior of the high tower was as foreboding as its exterior. Narrow staircases wound up into the darkness, leading to forgotten rooms and empty halls. The walls were lined with ancient tapestries, their colors faded with age, and dust covered the floor in a thick layer. But there was something else in the air, a sense of anticipation, as if the tower itself was waiting for him. Finn moved cautiously, his torchlight flickering against the stone as he made his way deeper into the tower. He had no map, no idea of where the crown might be hidden, but something seemed to guide him, a faint pull that he couldn't explain. He climbed higher and higher, passing rooms filled with decaying furniture and long-forgotten relics, until he reached a door unlike any he had seen before. It was smaller, made of iron rather than wood, and etched with strange symbols that Finn couldn't decipher. He hesitated for a moment, his hand hovering over the door's handle. The legends of the crown's curse flickered in the back of his mind, but he pushed the thought aside. He had come too far to turn back now. The door creaked open, revealing a small chamber beyond. The room was bare, save for a single pedestal in the center, and on that pedestal rested the crown. It was just as the stories had described, dark wrought iron, with intricate designs carved into the metal, and no jewels to adorn it. The crown seemed to absorb the light from his torch, its surface gleaming faintly in the dim glow. Finn felt a strange sensation wash over him as he stepped closer, his heart pounding in his chest. He reached out, his fingers brushing the cold iron, and as he did, a voice seemed to whisper in the back of his mind, "Take it." Finn hesitated, his hand hovering over the crown. The air in the room grew colder, and the whispering grew louder, filling his head with promises of power, of knowledge beyond his wildest dreams. He could feel the weight of the crown's magic, the energy that pulsed within it, and for a moment he was tempted. The power that the lost king had wielded could be his, the legends said, and with it he could reshape the world. But as his fingers closed around the crown, a sharp pain shot through his hand, and the whispers turned to something darker, more sinister. Finn's vision blurred, and a wave of nausea washed over him as the room seemed to spin. The crown grew heavy in his hands, too heavy to lift, and a deep, echoing voice filled the chamber. "You are not worthy." Finn stumbled back, his heart racing as the crown slipped from his hands and clattered to the floor. The whispers stopped, replaced by a deafening silence that pressed down on him like a weight. The crown lay before him, unmoving, but the power it held lingered in the air, a presence that he could not shake. Breathing heavily, Finn backed away from the pedestal, the full weight of the crown's curse sinking in. The legends had been true. The crown was more than just a relic of a forgotten king, it was a trap. a curse waiting to claim anyone foolish enough to seek it. Without another glance at the crown, Finn turned and fled the chamber, the whispering following him as he descended the tower's winding stairs. The power of the lost king's crown was real, but it was not meant to be claimed. It was a relic of darkness, a curse bound in iron, waiting for the next fool who would dare to seek it out. Story 21. The Hightower stood like a monument to time itself, its dark stone walls weathered by the centuries but still defiant, rising above the cliffs that overlooked the village of Braxton. For as long as anyone could remember, the tower had been a fixture in the lives of those who lived nearby. Its origins had long since faded into legend, but its presence remained a constant, silent, looming and steeped in mystery. Of all the strange stories whispered about the Hightower, none was more unsettling than the legend of the frozen hour. According to the villagers, once a year, on a night when the moon was high and the stars shone brightly above the highlands, time itself would stop. For 1 hour, precisely at midnight, everything around the Hightower would freeze. Every leaf, every breath, every movement held in perfect stillness. Those caught outside during the frozen hour claimed to experience something far more disturbing than just the cessation of time. They spoke of voices, strange, disembodied voices that called out to them by name, urging them toward the Hightower, beckoning them with a soft but insistent pull. The stories were always told the same way. Anyone caught outside when the frozen hour began would find themselves trapped in a world where time no longer flowed. The air would grow heavy, the stars would stop their twinkling, and the wind would still. But while the world around them was frozen, they could move, as if they alone were immune to the effects of this strange phenomenon. And then the voices would begin soft, distant at first, but growing louder, more distinct, until the person could hear their own name echoing through the silence. No one knew where the voices came from or what they wanted. Some believed they were the spirits of the long dead, trapped in the frozen moment between time, desperate for release. Others thought they were something darker beings from another realm, using the frozen hour as a way to reach into the world of the living. But whatever the truth, everyone agreed on one thing: to follow the voices was to invite disaster. The villagers had learned to protect themselves, locking their doors and shuttering their windows on the night of the frozen hour. They avoided the Hightower altogether, especially as midnight approached, fearful of being caught outside when the hour began. But despite the warnings, there were always a few who were too curious for their own good. One such person was a young woman named Elora. She had lived in Braxton her entire life, raised on the stories of the Hightower and the frozen hour, but unlike most of the villagers, she had never believed the tales. To her, they were nothing more than superstitions, stories meant to keep children in line and scare off travelers. She had always been practical, grounded in the reality of the world she could see and touch. The idea that time could freeze for an hour, that voices could call to people from the void, seemed absurd to her. But as the night of the frozen hour approached, something in Elora stirred. She had heard the stories all her life, yet she had never experienced the phenomenon herself. Every year, when the villagers locked themselves inside and waited for the hour to pass, she had remained indifferent, dismissing their fear as the product of overactive imaginations. But this year she found herself wondering, what if the stories were true? What if, just once, she stayed outside to see what happened? The thought nagged at her in the days leading up to the event. She told herself it was foolish, that there was no reason to test a legend that had no basis in reality. But her curiosity won out in the end, and on the night of the frozen hour, Elora made her decision. The night was cold and clear, the moon casting a pale glow over the village as Elora stepped outside. The streets were empty, as they always were on this night, and the only sound was the soft rustling of the wind in the trees. She walked slowly, her heart pounding in her chest as she made her way toward the edge of the village, where the high tower loomed in the distance. She had no intention of going all the way to the tower, that would be too much even for her, but she wanted to be close enough to see if anything happened. As the minutes ticked closer to midnight, a strange sense of anticipation filled the air. The village was eerily quiet, the usual sounds of animals and distant voices conspicuously absent. Elora stood at the edge of the fields, her eyes fixed on the silhouette of the high tower, waiting. Then it happened. The moment was so subtle that Elora almost didn't notice it at first. The wind stopped. The trees, which had been swaying gently in the breeze, froze in place, their branches locked in mid-motion. Even the distant sound of the waves crashing against the cliffs below ceased, as if the world had been put on pause. Elora's breath caught in her throat. She looked around, her heart racing as the reality of what was happening began to sink in. The world was frozen just as the stories had said. Time had stopped, and she was standing in the midst of it, the only thing moving in a world that had gone still. For a moment she felt a surge of triumph. The stories were true after all. She had proven her skepticism wrong, but the triumph quickly faded, replaced by a growing sense of unease. The silence was overwhelming, oppressive, and with each passing second, it felt more and more like she was being watched. Then she heard it, and at first it was faint, a soft whisper carried on the frozen air. Elora's pulse quickened as she strained to hear, but the voice was too distant to make out. She took a step forward, her feet crunching on the frozen grass, and as she did, the voice grew louder. Elora. She froze, her blood turning to ice. It wasn't just a voice. It was her name. Elora. The voice came again, louder this time, clearer. It was soft, almost melodic, but there was something off about it, something that sent a shiver down her spine. She looked around, her eyes scanning the frozen landscape, but there was no one there, just the still trees, the silent fields, and the dark silhouette of the high tower. Elora, come. Her heart pounded in her chest as the voice grew more insistent, calling her name over and over again. It was coming from the direction of the high tower, she realized with a jolt. The tower, which had always seemed distant and unapproachable, now loomed large in her mind, as if the voice was drawing her toward it. For a brief moment, Elora was tempted to follow the voice. It was so soft, so alluring, and the way it said her name felt almost comforting. But then, as if a veil had lifted from her mind, she remembered the stories, the warnings. Those who followed the voices never returned. No, she whispered to herself, taking a step back. The air around her grew colder, the whispering more frantic. Elora, come. Elora. She turned and ran. The voices followed her, growing louder, more desperate, but she didn't stop. She sprinted through the frozen landscape, her breath coming in ragged gasps as the high tower receded behind her. The stillness of the world around her felt wrong, as if the very fabric of reality had been twisted, but she didn't look back. She knew that if she did, the voices would take her. When she finally reached the village, the world began to stir. The wind picked up, the trees swayed once more, and the distant crash of the waves returned. Time had resumed. End. Elora stumbled to her door, her hands trembling as she fumbled with the latch. Inside, she collapsed against the wall. her heart still racing. The voices were gone, but their memory lingered, echoing in her mind. The frozen hour had passed, but Elora knew she had been lucky. She had heard the voices, felt their pull, but she had resisted. Not everyone did. In the days that followed, she told no one of her experience. The villagers would never understand, and besides, she had no desire to relive the terror of that frozen moment. But from that night on, whenever the time of the frozen hour approached, Elora stayed indoors, her windows tightly shut, her ears closed to the voices that still called out in the dark. Story 22. The Hightower loomed over the village of Darnwick like a watchful guardian, its ancient stone walls casting long shadows across the fields and forests that surrounded it. For centuries, the tower had stood as a fixture of the landscape, its dark silhouette an inescapable presence in the lives of those who lived in its shadow. The villagers had grown accustomed to the sight of the tower, though few dared to approach it. They spoke of it in hushed tones, as if even the mention of its name could stir something within its walls. And among the many stories that circulated about the Hightower, none was more feared than the tale of its shadow. On most days, the shadow of the Hightower was like any other, long and dark, stretching out across the fields as the sun made its journey across the sky. But there were certain days when the light hit the tower just right, that the shadow changed. On those days, it was said, the shadow of the Hightower would take on a new shape, a monstrous figure that towered over the land, its form grotesque and unnatural. The villagers believed this was no ordinary shadow. They claimed it was the shadow of the tower's original builder, a figure who had been lost to time, but who still lingered in the unseen corners of the tower, waiting. The stories of the tower's shadow were passed down from generation to generation, each version slightly different, but always retaining the same core. This shadow was not just a trick of the light. It was something more, something alive. Some said it was the spirit of the builder, cursed to remain in the shadow of his creation for eternity. Others believed the builder had never been human at all, but some kind of creature, a monstrous being who had raised the Hyades beam, and that his essence still haunted the place. Whatever the truth, the villagers had learned to avoid the tower on the days when its shadow changed. It wasn't always easy to predict when the shadow would appear. Sometimes it happened on bright, sunny days when the sky was clear and the air warm. Other times it occurred on overcast afternoons when the clouds hung low and the light was dim. But whenever the monstrous shadow fell across the land, those who saw it knew to stay away from the tower. There were whispers that those who ventured too close, when the shadow appeared, would vanish, never to be seen again. One such day arrived unexpectedly in the early days of autumn. The air was crisp, the sky a brilliant blue, and the sun hung high in the sky, casting long golden beams over the fields. The villagers went about their daily routines, unaware that the shadow had begun to shift. It wasn't until midday, when the sun reached its highest point, that the first person noticed it. Mira, a farmer's daughter, had been working in the fields near the edge of the village when she glanced up at the Hightower. She had seen the tower 1,000 times before, its silhouette familiar against the skyline, but today something was different. The shadow that stretched out from the tower's base was not its usual elongated form. It was wrong. Mira squinted against the sun, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. The shadow had grown wider, darker, and as she watched, it began to take on a shape that was unmistakably unnatural. It was tall, impossibly tall, its arms long and twisted, its head misshapen and grotesque. The figure appeared to be hunched, its back arched, as if it carried the weight of centuries on its shoulders. Its hands, or what passed for hands, ended in sharp, jagged points that seemed to claw at the earth. The longer Mira stared, the more the shadow seemed to shift, as if it were moving, but she couldn't quite tell how. It was as if the figure was alive, trapped within the boundaries of the shadow, but writhing beneath its surface. Her heart raced, and she backed away slowly, her hands trembling. She had heard the stories of the tower's shadow all her life, but she had never believed them. They were just tales meant to keep children from wandering too close to the tower. But now, seeing the monstrous form stretched out across the land before her, she knew the stories were true. Mira turned and ran back to the village, her feet pounding against the dirt path as she raced to warn the others. By the time she reached the village square, she was breathless, her face pale with fear. The villagers gathered around her as she tried to explain what she had seen, but her words came out in broken fragments. "The shadow, it's different, it's alive," she gasped. Some of the older villagers exchanged worried glances. They had seen the shadow before, or had heard of it from their parents and grandparents, but it had been many years since it had last appeared. Most of the younger villagers had never witnessed it, and they dismissed Mira's warning as the product of an overactive imagination. But the elders knew better. They had lived long enough to know that the Hightower was not a place to be taken lightly, and that the shadow was more than just a trick of the light. "Stay away from the tower," one of the elders, a man named Callan, warned. His voice was low and firm, and there was a gravity to his words that silenced the crowd. "The shadow only appears when something stirs in the tower. It's best we leave it be." But not everyone heeded his warning. Among the villagers was a man named Bram, a hunter known for his recklessness and disregard for the old ways. He had always scoffed at the legends of the Hightower, dismissing them as superstitions meant to keep people in line. Bram prided himself on his fearlessness, and the idea of a haunted shadow was nothing more than a challenge to him. "I don't believe in ghosts or shadows," Bram said, his voice loud and brash. "I've hunted in those woods near the tower for years, and I've never seen anything to be afraid of. If there's something in that tower, I'll find it." Despite the protests of the elders, Bram set off toward the Hightower, his hunting knife strapped to his belt. The villagers watched him go, some shaking their heads in dismay, others whispering prayers under their breath. Mira stood frozen, fear gnawing at her as she watched Bram disappear into the distance. The hours passed, and as the sun began to sink lower in the sky, the monstrous shadow grew longer, its form stretching further across the land. The figure's twisted limbs seemed to claw at the earth, as if trying to pull itself free from the confines of the shadow. The villagers waited in silence, their eyes fixed on the tower, hoping that Bram would return before nightfall. But he never did. As the last light of day faded, the shadow melted away, leaving the tower standing tall and silent against the darkening sky. The villagers returned to their homes, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that the shadow had claimed another. Bram had been bold, but the Hightower had no mercy for those who did not respect its power. From that day on, the village of Darnwick remained wary of the Hightower's shadow. The stories of the monstrous figure continued to be told, a warning to those who might be tempted to venture too close. And while the shadow only appeared on certain days, it served as a reminder that the builder of the Hightower, whether man or monster, still lurked, unseen, waiting for the next soul foolish enough to challenge its legacy. Story 23. The Hightower had stood for centuries, the solitary monolith on the cliffs of the Highlands, its origins long shrouded in mystery. It was a marvel of ancient craftsmanship, its dark stones fitted together with precision far beyond the skills of any modern mason. No one knew exactly when it had been built, nor who had commissioned its construction, but one thing was certain. The stonemasons who had erected the tower had vanished without a trace upon its completion. The legend of the vanished stonemasons was as old as the Hightower itself. It was said that a group of master craftsmen had been summoned from distant lands to build the tower, a structure so complex and grand that only the most skilled could attempt it. For years they toiled in secret, cut off from the rest of the world, working day and night until the tower was finished. But once their task was done, they simply disappeared. Some said they had been paid handsomely and left, while others believed a darker fate had befallen them. Perhaps the tower had claimed them, their bodies hidden deep within its stone walls. All that remained of the stonemason's presence was a cryptic riddle, carved into the base of the tower itself. The inscription, etched in a language no one could fully understand, had puzzled scholars and treasure seekers for generations. The words were faded with time, but still legible, and they read, "Where the stone meets sky, the answer lies. Seek not what you see, but what you feel. Break the silence, and all shall be revealed." The riddle had become the obsession of many who came to the Hightower, but no one had ever solved it. Scholars had studied it, philosophers had pondered its meaning, and adventurers had searched for hidden clues within the tower's walls. Yet despite their efforts, the riddle remained a mystery, its solution just out of reach, like a whisper carried away by the wind. For years, the villagers who lived near the Hightower had grown accustomed to seeing outsiders arrive in search of answers. Some came with maps and books, convinced they could crack the riddle's code. Others came with tools, ready to pry open the stones in search of hidden chambers. But none of them ever succeeded. The Hightower kept its secrets well, and one by one they left, frustrated and defeated. Among the few who still believed the riddle could be solved was a young woman named Alira. She had grown up in the Shead, hearing the stories of the vanished stonemasons and the unsolved riddle from her parents and grandparents. While most of the villagers had long since accepted that the mystery would never be unraveled, Alira had always been different. She was drawn to the tower in a way she couldn't explain, and the riddle had become a puzzle she felt compelled to solve. Unlike the scholars and treasure hunters who came from afar, Alira had lived with the tower her whole life. She knew its every curve and shadow, the way the light hit its stones at different times of day, the eerie stillness that surrounded it at night. She had spent countless hours sitting at its base, studying the riddle carved into the stone, running her fingers over the ancient inscription, trying to feel its meaning rather than just read it. She had a sense that the answer was close, just beyond her grasp, but it remained elusive. One autumn evening, as the sun began to set behind the cliffs, casting long shadows over the village, Alira made her way to the Hightower once again. The air was crisp and cool, the sky streaked with orange and pink, and the tower loomed tall and dark against the fading light. She carried with her a small lantern, the flame flickering gently as she approached the base of the tower. She knelt before the inscription, her fingers tracing the familiar words as she whispered them aloud. "Where the stone meets sky, the answer lies. Seek not what you see, but what you feel. Break the silence, and all shall be revealed." Alira had repeated these words to herself 1,000 times, each time hoping for some new insight. But today, something felt different. There was a stillness in the air, a quiet anticipation that seemed to hum around her. She closed her eyes, letting the words sink in, and for the first time she stopped trying to decipher the riddle logically. Instead, she let her mind wander, her senses attuned to the environment around her. "Where the stone meets sky," she whispered again, her voice barely audible. Her thoughts drifted to the tower itself, to the way it rose up from the ground, its stones reaching toward the heavens. The answer lies where the stone meets the sky, the peak of the tower, the highest point. She had always assumed that's what the riddle meant, as had everyone else who had tried to solve it. But as she stood there, the words "seek not what you see" echoed in her mind. It wasn't about what she could see, it was about what she could feel. Alira stood up and looked at the tower with fresh eyes. She let her hand rest against the cold stone, feeling the rough texture beneath her fingers. For a moment she stood there in silence, the tower towering over her, and then she took a deep breath. The riddle spoke of breaking the silence. But how? The idea came to her in a flash sound. The tower had always been quiet, almost unnaturally so. It was a place of stillness, of absence. But what if that was the key? What if she needed to break that stillness, to disrupt the silence? Without thinking, Alira took a deep breath and called out into the growing dusk. Her voice rang out, clear and strong, echoing against the stone walls of the tower. She didn't shout the riddle, nor did she demand answers. She simply called out a single word, "Hello." The sound echoed back at her, bouncing off the stone in a way that made her heart race. But then, something unexpected happened. The tower responded. A low rumble, barely perceptible at first, began to emanate from deep within the tower. Alira stepped back, her pulse quickening as the sound grew louder, resonating through the stones. It was as if the tower itself was waking up, its long dormant voice finally stirring. The ground beneath her feet trembled, and she watched in awe as the stones near the base of the tower shifted ever so slightly. For a moment she thought she had made a mistake, that the tower was collapsing. But then, with a sudden crack, one of the stones loosened and fell away, revealing a hollow space behind it. Alira's breath caught in her throat as she knelt down, peering into the dark cavity. Inside was a small, weathered box, its surface covered in dust and grime. Her hands shook as she reached in and carefully pulled it out. The box was light, surprisingly so, and as she held it in her hands, she felt the weight of centuries of mystery resting in her palms. With trembling fingers, Alira opened the box. Inside was a single object, a key. It was old, made of tarnished silver, and carved with the same strange symbols that adorned the base of the tower. There was no note, no further instructions, just the key. The riddle wasn't the answer itself. It had been the first step, a puzzle meant to guide her to the key. But what did the key unlock? The answer lay further within the tower, she realized, and as she stood there, the weight of her discovery sinking in, she knew her journey had only just begun. The stonemasons had left their mark, and now it was up to her to unlock the final secret of the Hightower. Story 24. The Hightower stood tall on the cliffside, its dark silhouette cutting into the sky like a jagged tooth, overlooking the sprawling highlands below. For centuries it had been a place of mystery and quiet dread, its origins lost to time, and its purpose forgotten by those who now lived in the nearby villages. The locals, though accustomed to its constant presence, avoided the tower as much as possible. It wasn't just the eerie, crumbling stone walls or the sense of desolation that surrounded it. It was the wind. The wind that blew around the Hightower was unlike any other. There was something alive in the wind that howled around the tower, a strange quality that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who ventured too close. On calm days it was barely noticeable, a faint rustling that could be dismissed as the ordinary sounds of nature. But on certain days when the wind blew harder, it seemed to carry voices with it, faint and indistinct, as if whispering in forgotten tongues. The villagers called it the Whispering Wind, and many believed that these were the voices of the tower's ancient inhabitants, long dead but never truly gone. The whispers were always there, just on the edge of hearing, like a half-remembered dream. Some described the sound as the murmur of a distant conversation too far away to understand but close enough to unsettle. Others said the wind spoke directly to them, calling their names or telling them things they could not comprehend. The languages were old, foreign, as though the wind carried the voices of those who had once lived within the tower's walls, their words twisted and distorted by time. One such evening, when the wind was especially strong, a young man named Lorik stood near the base of the high tower, gazing up at its towering form. Lorik had heard the stories of the Whispering Wind all his life, passed down from his parents and grandparents, but he had always dismissed them as superstitions, legends created to keep people away from the ruins. He was a man of reason, of logic, and the idea that the wind could carry the voices of the dead seemed absurd to him. But tonight, something was different. The air was thick with anticipation, and the wind, which normally howled and swirled around the tower, seemed to have grown quieter, more focused, as if it was gathering its strength. Lorik could feel the pull of the tower in a way he hadn't before, a strange magnetism that drew him closer. As he stood there, listening to the wind whip through the stones, he could hear something, a faint whisper, just out of reach. At first he thought it was his imagination. The wind was playing tricks on him, bending the air in such a way that it seemed to speak. But as the moments passed, the whisper grew louder, more distinct, though still impossible to understand. It was as if the wind carried words in a language older than time itself, a language Lorik had never heard but somehow felt he should know. The words wrapped around him, tugging at his mind, teasing him with their elusive meaning. He stepped closer to the tower, his heart pounding in his chest, the sound of the wind growing sharper in his ears. The closer he got, the more the voices seemed to coalesce, forming into something almost recognizable. It was no longer just the wind, there were voices in it, and they were speaking to him. He could hear the rise and fall of their tones, the urgency in their whispers, as if they were trying to tell him something important, but the words were lost to him, tangled in the currents of air, slipping away before he could grasp their meaning. Lorik's hand touched the cold stone of the tower's base, and the wind seemed to respond, swirling around him more intensely, its whispers growing louder. He closed his eyes, letting the sound wash over him, trying to focus on the voices. There was something familiar about them now, something that tugged at the edges of his memory. He strained to make sense of the words, but they remained just beyond his understanding. An ancient tongue forgotten by the world, but not by the wind. And then, for the briefest moment, he thought he understood. It wasn't a language he knew, not in the way one learns words from books or from speech, but something deeper, more instinctual. The wind wasn't just carrying voices, it was carrying memories, emotions, fragments of lives long gone. The inhabitants of the high tower had left something behind, not just their bones or their ruins, but their thoughts, their fears, their hopes. And the wind, ever present, had caught those fragments, swirling them into an eternal loop that now whispered their stories to anyone who would listen. Lorik's breath caught in his throat as the realization hit him. The whispering wind wasn't just the idle gossip of the dead, it was a warning. The voices grew frantic, their whispers overlapping, rising in intensity until they were a cacophony of sound. Lorik's mind swam with the weight of it, and he staggered back from the tower, his heart racing. The wind whipped around him in a frenzy, and for the first time the whispers became clear. "Beware the tower." The words cut through the air, sharp and clear as a knife. Loric's blood ran cold. It wasn't just a warning, it was a command, an urgent plea from those who had once lived here. Something in the tower was dangerous, something that had claimed the lives of its inhabitants long ago. And now it was calling out again, using the wind to spread its message. He stumbled away from the tower, his mind reeling from what he had heard. The wind howled around him, but the whispers had faded back into the indistinct murmur they had been before. Whatever had spoken to him, it was done for now, its warning given. But the fear remained, gnawing at him as he made his way back to the village. The next morning, Loric tried to shake off the experience, convincing himself that it had all been his imagination, a trick of the wind and his own tired mind. But no matter how hard he tried, the memory of the whispers clung to him, a constant reminder of what he had heard. He found himself avoiding the Hightower, unwilling to get too close, lest the wind start whispering again. But the villagers noticed a change in him. The once skeptical Loric now seemed distant, distracted, his mind clearly preoccupied with something he refused to speak of. Some wondered if he had finally heard the voices, if the whispering wind had revealed its secrets to him. Others believed he had gone mad, driven to the edge by the isolation and the eerie presence of the tower. As the days passed, Loric grew quieter, more withdrawn. He stopped going into the fields, stopped visiting the market, stopped leaving his house altogether. He spent his days staring out of the window, his eyes fixed on the distant shape of the high tower, as if waiting for something. One evening, when the wind began to howl around the tower once more, Loric left his house and disappeared into the night. The villagers found his door open, his belongings untouched, but there was no sign of him. Some said the tower had claimed him, that the voices had called him back, and that he had followed them willingly. Others believed the wind had driven him mad, leading him into the wilderness to be lost forever. The wind around the high tower never stopped whispering, its voices forever carrying the secrets of those who had once lived within its walls. And though Leoric was never seen again, the villagers knew one thing for certain: the wind spoke not just of the past, but of dangers yet to come. The warnings of the ancient inhabitants were still there, waiting to be heard by those brave or foolish enough to listen. And the whispering wind would always call, as long as the tower stood. Story 25. The high tower stood several miles inland, perched on a high ridge that overlooked the surrounding forests and distant coastline. It had always been a strange and solitary structure, its dark stone walls weathered by centuries of wind and rain. Though the sea could be seen from its highest windows, the tower was far removed from the shore, separated by miles of fields and rugged hills. But despite its inland location, there was one phenomenon that defied all logic and understanding: the rise of the tide. During particularly high tides, when the moon was full and the sea was turbulent, the waters would rise in ways that no one could explain. The tide would swell far beyond the normal shoreline, creeping inland until it seemed to flow uphill against the natural pull of gravity. On those rare occasions, the sea would come unnervingly close to the high tower, its waves lapping at the base of the cliffs where the tower stood. And when the water touched the foundation of the tower, something strange, something otherworldly would happen. The villagers of Braelyn, who lived in the shadow of the high tower, spoke of this phenomenon in fearful whispers. It was said that when the tide reached the base of the tower, something emerged from the depths, something that had been hidden beneath the waves for centuries. No one knew exactly what it was, but the stories were always the same. The sea would rise, the water would touch the tower, and then something would stir. The earliest stories of the tower and the tide went back generations, passed down through the families of Braylon like a dark inheritance. The tales were filled with warnings, cautionary stories of fishermen and travelers who had ventured too close to the tower during these strange tides, only to vanish without a trace. Some said the water claimed them, pulling them down into the depths, while others believed that the tower itself had taken them, offering them as sacrifices to whatever ancient force lived within its stone walls. The villagers had long since learned to avoid the tower during high tides, locking their doors and staying far from the coast when the sea began to rise. One such tide was approaching on a cold autumn evening, the full moon already visible on the horizon as it began its slow ascent into the night sky. The air was thick with tension, and the villagers of Braylon moved quickly to secure their homes, aware that the tide would be unusually high that night. There had been warnings, whispers of a strange pull in the water, of the sea behaving in ways that it shouldn't. The elders, who had seen the tide rise before, knew the signs. They urged the younger villagers to stay inside, to avoid even looking at the high tower. But not everyone heeded the warnings. A young man named Corin stood at the edge of the village, his eyes fixed on the distant silhouette of the high tower as the sun dipped below the horizon. He had grown up hearing the stories of the tower and the tide, but like many of the younger villagers, he had never fully believed them. The idea that the sea could rise so far inland, that it could reach the base of the tower and stir something from the depths, seemed impossible to him. And yet, as he stood there watching the sky darken, he felt a strange pull of curiosity that gnawed at him, compelling him to see for himself. The air was still as Corin made his way toward the cliffs where the high tower stood, the path winding through the fields and up the rugged hillside. The sea was visible in the distance, its waves shimmering in the fading light of dusk. But as he walked, Corin noticed something unusual. The water was rising faster than it should, creeping inland in a way that defied explanation. He could hear the distant roar of the tide, the crash of waves against the shore growing louder with each passing moment. By the time he reached the base of the high tower, the moon had fully risen, casting a pale, eerie light over the landscape. Corin stood at the foot of the tower, his heart pounding as he watched the tide continue its unnatural advance. The water was now lapping at the edges of the cliffs, inching ever closer to the tower's foundation. It shouldn't have been possible. The high tower was too far from the sea for the tide to reach it, but there it was, the waves rising higher and higher, as if drawn to the tower by some unseen force. As the first tendrils of seawater touched the base of the high tower, the wind shifted. A low, mournful sound carried through the air, almost like the distant moan of something deep below the surface. Corin felt a chill run down his spine as the water pooled around the tower's base, dark and shimmering in the moonlight. The stories, he realized, were true. For a long moment, nothing happened. The water swirled around the stones, lapping against the ancient foundation, but the tower remained silent and still. Corin felt a strange sense of calm wash over him, a fleeting thought that perhaps the legends had been exaggerated, that there was nothing to fear after all. But then the water began to churn. It started slowly, a subtle ripple in the otherwise calm surface, but soon the sea around the tower began to roil and bubble, as if something beneath the waves had stirred. The air grew colder, and Corin could hear the faintest of whispers carried on the wind indistinct, like voices speaking from the depths. He stepped back, his heart racing as the churning water intensified, spiraling around the base of the tower in dark, unnatural swells. And then it appeared. From the depths of the sea, something began to rise, something massive and ancient. At first it was nothing more than a shadow beneath the surface, a dark shape moving slowly through the water. But as it rose higher, breaking through the waves, Corin saw it clearly for the first time. It was a creature, unlike anything he had ever seen, its body slick and serpentine, with long, sinuous limbs that reached out from the water like tendrils of shadow. Its skin glistened in the moonlight, dark and wet, and its eyes, those terrible, glowing eyes fixed on the tower, with an intensity that sent a wave of terror through Corin's chest. The creature moved with deliberate slowness, its massive form coiling around the base of the high tower, as if it were claiming it, as if the tower itself belonged to the sea. Corin stood frozen in place, unable to tear his eyes away from the monstrous figure that loomed before him. The whispers in the air grew louder, more insistent, as though the creature itself was speaking to him in a language he couldn't understand. And then, without warning, the creature turned its gaze toward him. Corin's breath caught in his throat as the creature's glowing eyes bore into him, freezing him in place with a primal terror he had never known. The water around the tower surged violently, and for a brief moment he felt the ground beneath him shift, as if the very earth was pulling him toward the sea. He stumbled back, his mind racing, the realization crashing over him like a wave. The creature had been waiting, and now that the tide had risen, it was free. Without a second thought, Corin turned and fled, his heart pounding as he scrambled down the hillside, away from the tower and the rising tide. Behind him the wind howled, and the sea roared as the creature coiled and writhed around the high tower, its whispers following him like a dark shadow. By the time Corin reached the village, the tide had begun to recede, and the sea was pulling back toward the distant shore. The villagers found him at the edge of the village, pale and shaken, his eyes wide with terror. He tried to speak, to tell them what he had seen, but the words wouldn't come. From that night on, Corin never went near the high tower again. The sea, it seemed, had a claim on the tower, a claim that stretched back centuries, and whenever the tide rose it would return, bringing with it the creature that had waited so long in the depths. The tower and the tide were forever linked, bound by forces beyond human understanding, and on those nights when the sea came unnaturally close, the villagers of Braylin knew to stay inside, to lock their doors, and to pray that whatever emerged from the depths stayed within the shadow of the high tower. Story 26. The high tower stood alone on the cliffs, its dark silhouette a constant presence in the lives of the villagers who lived nearby. For as long as anyone could remember, it had been a place of mystery, avoided by all but the most curious or reckless. The tower's history was largely forgotten, its purpose lost to time, but one thing remained certain: those who ventured too close often returned changed. It started subtly small, strange marks on the skin, no bigger than a coin. They were circular, almost perfect in shape, and at first glance they seemed harmless, but these marks glowed faintly at night, a soft, eerie light that flickered beneath the surface of the skin. Those who bore them would always try to explain them away, at first perhaps a rash, or a reaction to something in the air near the tower, but deep down, they knew something was wrong. The villagers had seen the marks before, and they knew that once someone had been marked by the tower, there was no escaping its pull. The phenomenon was called the Mark of the Tower, and it had long been a source of fear among the people of the Highlands. There were countless stories of travelers, adventurers, and even locals who had returned from the Hightower with these marks, only to find themselves drawn back to the tower again and again. Some resisted the pull, refusing to go near the tower despite the growing compulsion, but the urge always grew stronger, gnawing at them until eventually they could no longer resist. Once the marked returned to the tower, they often disappeared. No one knew what happened to them, whether the tower claimed them, or if something inside called them in, never to let them call. Those who tried to speak of their experience, to explain the compulsion they felt, often found it difficult to describe. It was as if the tower spoke to them in whispers they couldn't quite hear, as if it had imprinted something on their minds, just as it had on their skin. One such person was a young woman named Anne. When she had always been drawn to the Hightower, despite the warnings she'd grown up hearing. While most of the villagers avoided the tower, seeing it as a place of doom and mystery, Anwen had always been curious. The stories of the marks and the strange pull of the tower intrigued her more than they frightened her. So one autumn afternoon she decided to see the Hightower for herself. The sky was a pale grey, and the wind carried a chill as Anwen made her way up the rocky path that led to the tower. The cliffs loomed high above her, and the sound of the waves crashing far below echoed in her ears as she climbed higher. She had never been this close to the tower before, and now that she was standing before it, she felt a strange mix of awe and apprehension. The stones were old, worn smooth by centuries of weather, and the tower's windows were dark, offering no glimpse of what lay inside. As she stood there, staring up at the Hightower, she felt a strange sensation, a slight tingling on her skin. She brushed it off as nothing more than the cold wind biting at her. But as she began to walk around the base of the tower, the feeling grew stronger. It was as if the air itself was alive, wrapping around her in invisible tendrils, pressing against her skin. The sensation was unsettling, but not painful, and so she continued her exploration, curiosity outweighing caution. When Anwen returned to the village later that evening, she felt exhausted, though she couldn't explain why. She had only spent a short time near the tower, and yet it felt as if something had drained her. That night, as she lay in bed, she felt an uncomfortable itching sensation on her forearm. When she rolled up her sleeve to inspect it, her breath caught in her throat. There, on her skin, was a circular mark, faint but unmistakable. It glowed softly, a dim light that pulsed beneath her skin like the flicker of a distant star. Her heart raced as she stared at the mark, a wave of fear and confusion washing over her. She had heard the stories of the mark of the tower, but she had never truly believed them. Now, here it was, etched into her skin, just as it had been on the others who had ventured too close. Over the next few days, Onwin tried to ignore the mark, to brush it off as something that would fade with time, but the mark did not fade. If anything, it seemed to grow stronger, the light it emitted brighter at night. Worse still was the feeling that accompanied it, a strange, unshakable pull toward the Hightower. At first it was just a faint thought, a curiosity that tugged at the edges of her mind, but soon it became a constant presence, a voice whispering at the back of her thoughts, urging her to return. Anwen resisted. She told herself it was nothing, that the mark would go away, that the pull was all in her head, but the more she fought it, the stronger the urge became. She found herself waking in the middle of the night, standing at her window and staring toward the cliffs where the Hightower stood. During the day she could hardly focus on her tasks, her thoughts constantly drifting back to the tower, to the need to go there, to see what awaited her. The villagers noticed the change in her. They had seen it before in others who had been marked, the distant look in her eyes, the way she seemed lost in thought, drawn towards something only she could feel. They knew the signs and they pitied her. Though they said nothing, there was nothing they could say. Once the tower had marked someone, the end was inevitable. Weeks passed, and Owen's resistance began to crumble. The mark on her arm had grown even brighter, glowing with a faint but steady light that was visible even during the day. The pull toward the tower had become overwhelming, like a constant tug at her soul, urging her to return. The whispers, once faint and distant, had grown louder, more insistent. She could no longer ignore them. One night, when the moon hung low and full in the sky, Anwen finally gave in. She left her home without a word, slipping silently through the village and making her way back to the cliffs where the Hightower stood. The wind howled around her, and the sea roared far below, but she barely noticed. All she could think about was the tower, the pull that had been growing stronger with each passing day. When she reached the base of the Hightower, the mark on her arm pulsed brightly, as if in response to the presence of the tower. The air around her felt thick, heavy with anticipation, and the whispers that had haunted her for weeks now filled the air, swirling around her like a storm. She could almost make out the words now, though they were still just out of reach, a language she didn't understand but somehow felt familiar. As Unwind stepped closer to the tower, she felt the pull intensify, as if the tower itself was drawing her in, calling her home. She reached out, her hand brushing against the cold stone, and in that moment the whispers stopped. The air grew still, and the world around her seemed to fade away, leaving only the tower and the mark on her skin, glowing brighter than ever. And then the light faded. The villagers searched for Anwen the next day, but they found no trace of her. It was as if she had simply vanished into the night, leaving nothing behind but the stories, and the ever-present shadow of the Hightower, standing silent and watchful over the cliffs. The mark of the tower had claimed another, and the villagers knew it would not be the last. Story 29. The Hightower had always been a place of secrets, its dark silhouette standing tall against the windswept cliffs of the highlands. For centuries it had loomed over the village below, a silent sentinel watching over the changing seasons, the ebb and flow of life. But long ago, during a time of great suffering, the Hightower became more than just a mysterious relic. It became a tomb, sealed off from the outside world during the time of the plague. Centuries ago, the plague had swept through the highlands like a dark wind, bringing death to every village and town in its path. The people were unprepared for the horror that came with it. Families torn apart, entire communities wiped out, bodies piling up faster than they could be buried. Fear gripped the land, and those who could fled to the remote corners of the highlands, desperate to escape the invisible killer. But the plague spared no one. It crept into homes and villages alike, taking the old and the young, the weak and the strong. In the village of Brackcliffe, the people had hoped the Hightower would offer protection. Isolated and remote, the tower was the perfect refuge, and when the plague reached their doorstep, the villagers decided to quarantine the sick there. It was a desperate act, born of fear and the hope that by isolating the infected they could save the rest of the village, and so the Hightower became a place of death. Those who were suspected of having the plague were taken to the tower, locked inside and left to die. Guards were posted at the base of the tower, instructed to let no one leave. The villagers who remained prayed that the tower would hold the sickness within its walls, that the sacrifices made would be enough to protect the rest of the village. But as the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, the sounds of suffering from within the tower, the cries of the sick, the wails of the dying slowly faded. One by one, the guards left their posts, unable to bear the guilt and horror of what they had done. Soon the tower was abandoned entirely, left sealed with its dead inside. The village survived, though just barely. The plague eventually passed, leaving a scar on the land and on the people who remained. But the memory of the Hightower and what had happened there was never forgotten. The tower remained sealed and silent, a grim reminder of the dark days of the plague. For generations, no one dared approach it. The villagers of Brackcliffe avoided it, fearing that whatever had been locked inside might still linger, waiting to claim new victims. But the stories grew. Whispers of strange occurrences began to circulate, of people who had ventured too close to the Hightower, hearing voices, soft, mournful cries on the wind. Some claimed to have seen figures moving in the shadows, fleeting glimpses of pale faces at the tower's windows. The villagers believed these were the spirits of those who had died within, trapped in their torment, still wandering the halls of the Hightower in search of peace. It was said that the souls of the plague victims could never rest, bound to the place of their suffering, forever lost in the darkness of the tower. One such story was told of a young girl named Maeve. She had lived her entire life in Brackcliffe, growing up in the shadow of the Hightower. Like many of the villagers, she had been warned to stay away from the tower, to never go near it, especially at night. But Maeve was curious, more curious than cautious, and as she grew older, the pull of the tower became harder to resist. It started with dreams, vivid, unsettling dreams of the tower's halls, long and winding, filled with the sound of soft footsteps and distant whispers. Maeve dreamed of walking through the corridors, her hands brushing against the cold stone walls, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. In her dreams she could feel the presence of something watching her, following her, but she could never see who or what it was. She would always wait before the dream reached its end, her heart racing, her skin cold with sweat. At first she dismissed the dreams as nothing more than her imagination. She had grown up hearing the stories of the Hightower and the plague. It was only natural that those stories would find their way into her dreams. But as the dreams grew more frequent and more vivid, Maeve began to feel an inexplicable pull toward the tower. It was as if the dreams were calling her, urging her to come closer, to uncover the secrets that had been buried there for so long. One cold evening, just as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned a deep shade of purple, Maeve made her decision. She would go to the Hightower, just once, to see for herself if there was any truth to the stories. Armed with little more than a lantern and her own curiosity, Maeve set out toward the cliffs where the tower stood. The air was crisp and still as she approached the tower, the only sound the distant crash of the waves far below. The Hightower loomed above her, its dark stone walls casting long shadows over the cliffs. As she stood at the base of the tower, Maeve felt a strange sense of calm wash over her, the fear she had expected replaced by an odd sense of familiarity. It was as if she had been here before, perhaps in her dreams, and now, standing before the sealed doors, it felt as though the tower had been waiting for her. The door, once sealed with heavy iron, had rusted over the centuries, the stone around it cracked and crumbling. Maeve hesitated for only a moment before she pressed her hand against the door. To her surprise, it gave way with a soft groan, the rusted hinges creaking as the door slowly swung open. Inside, the air was thick with dust, the scent of mildew and decay filling her nostrils. The interior of the tower was as she had imagined, dark, cold and silent. But as Maeve stepped inside, the silence was broken. From somewhere deep within the tower she heard it, a soft, barely audible whisper. The sound of voices carried on the wind. It was the same sound she had heard in her dreams, the same distant murmur of the dead. Maeve's heart raced as she moved deeper into the tower, her footsteps echoing off the stone walls. The voices grew louder as she climbed the spiral staircase, winding higher and higher into the darkness. The air grew colder, the light from her lantern flickering, as if the very walls of the tower were closing in around her. But she couldn't stop. The pull was too strong, the whispers too insistent. At last she reached the top of the staircase, her lantern casting a weak light over the small, circular chamber that awaited her. The room was empty, save for the faint outlines of old furniture long since decayed, but Maeve could feel it, the presence of the dead, the spirits of those who had been sealed here centuries ago. She could feel their sadness, their anger, their fear, and as she stood there, frozen in place, the whispers grew louder, until they were no longer whispers but wails, haunting cries of souls long forgotten, begging for release. Maeve turned to leave, but the air around her seemed to shift, a cold gust sweeping through the room as the door behind her slammed shut. The voices surrounded her now, pressing in from all sides, the weight of their suffering suffocating her. In her final moments, Maeve realized the truth. The spirits of the plague victims had been waiting for her, just as they had waited for so many before her. And now, she too would be bound to the Hightower, another lost soul wandering its haunted halls, forever trapped by the curse of the plague. The villagers never saw Maeve again. Like so many before her, she had been claimed by the Hightower, her fate sealed within its walls. The tower remained dark and silent, a monument to the forgotten dead and the lingering plague, and the spirits of those who had died in quarantine still wandered its halls, waiting for the next soul foolish enough to enter. Story 30. The Hightower stood alone on the cliffs, a fortress of stone perched high above the sea, its presence eternal and unyielding. For centuries it had watched over the highlands, its origins lost to time, its purpose long forgotten. The people of the nearby village had grown used to its shadow, though they seldom ventured near it. There were too many stories, too many warnings whispered from one generation to the next. One story in particular stood out among them all, a tale of the tower's guardian. The guardian was said to be a giant bird, larger than any known species, with wings so vast they could block out the sun, and eyes that gleamed like molten gold. It was said to appear only during storms, circling the Hightower with a grace that belied its enormous size, as if protecting it from any who dared approach. No one knew where it had come from, or what had bound it to the tower, but the villagers believed the bird had been there as long as the Hightower itself. It was part of the tower, part of its mysteries, and it was not to be trifled with. Over the years, many had tried to challenge the bird, believing it was nothing more than a myth, a tale invented to keep trespassers away from the Hightower. Hunters and adventurers from distant lands had come to the village, armed with arrows, spears, and nets, all confident they could capture or kill the beast. But none had ever succeeded. The bird was faster than any arrow, stronger than any snare, and it seemed to vanish into the storm as quickly as it appeared. Those who went after it returned empty-handed, if they returned at all. And so, the legend of the tower's guardian grew. One stormy night, as the wind howled through the village and the waves crashed against the cliffs, a man named Edric stood at the edge of the village, his gaze fixed on the distant shape of the Hightower. Edric was not like the others who had come before him. He was no mere hunter, no treasure seeker. He had grown up in the highlands, raised on the stories of the tower and its guardian, but unlike most of the villagers, Edric had never been content to let the stories lie. He was driven by a burning need to know the truth. For years he had prepared for this moment, training his body and honing his skills, studying the winds and the weather patterns that seemed to summon the quartet. He knew the bird only appeared during the fiercest of storms, when the sky was thick with clouds and the air crackled with lightning. And now, as the storm raged around him, Edric knew his chance had come. Tonight he would face the Guardian. With a final glance at the village, Edric turned and began his climb up the cliffs toward the Hightower. The path was treacherous, the wind threatening to throw him from the edge with every step, but he moved with determination, his eyes never leaving the tower's looming form. Thunder rumbled overhead, and the sky lit up with flashes of lightning, illuminating the jagged rocks that lined his path. The storm was at its peak, and Edric knew the Guardian would soon appear. As he neared the top of the cliffs, the wind grew fiercer, whipping his cloak around him and making it difficult to move. But Edric pressed on, his heart pounding in his chest. He had waited too long for this moment to be turned back by fear or doubt. He reached the base of the high tower just as the first bolt of lightning struck the sea below, sending a shower of sparks into the air. The sound was deafening, but Edric barely noticed. He was focused on the sky, and then he saw it. At first it was nothing more than a shadow, a dark shape moving against the storm clouds. But as it drew closer, Edric's breath caught in his throat. The stories hadn't been exaggerated. The bird was enormous, its wings spanning what seemed like half the sky, each flap sending gusts of wind down toward the earth. Its feathers were black as night, streaked with silver where the lightning illuminated them, and its eyes, those terrible golden eyes, glowed with a light that seemed to come from within. It was a creature out of legend, a being from another time, and it was coming straight for him. Edric stood his ground, his heart racing as the Guardian descended. It circled the high tower once, twice, its massive wings cutting through the air with a sound like thunder. For a moment Edric wondered if it would attack, if this was the end of his quest. But the bird did not strike. Instead, it landed on the tower's highest parapet, its talons gripping the stone with a force that made the entire structure shudder. For a long moment the Guardian stared at him, its golden eyes locking with his, and in that moment Edric felt something shift inside him. It was as if the bird was measuring him, judging him. He could feel its intelligence, its ancient awareness, and he knew that this was no mere beast. The Guardian was something far older, far more powerful, and its connection to the high tower ran deeper than he had imagined. The wind howled around them, but in the space between the storm and the thunder, there was silence. Edric could feel the weight of the bird's gaze, its presence pressing down on him like a heavy cloak. He had expected a fight, but now, standing before the Guardian, he realized how foolish that idea had been. The bird was not something to be captured or killed. It was a protector, a sentinel guarding secrets that were not meant to be uncovered. For what felt like hours, Edric stood frozen, the storm raging around him, the Guardian watching from its perch on the tower. He could feel the power of the storm, the energy in the air crackling with potential. But he also felt the pull of the tower itself, the sense that something within it was waiting. The stories of the tower's mysteries, its hidden rooms and forgotten knowledge, had always intrigued him, but now, standing here before the Guardian, he understood that some things were not meant to be discovered. The bird shifted its massive wings, and with a single, graceful movement, it leapt from the parapet and soared into the sky. It circled the tower once more, then disappeared into the storm, leaving Edric standing alone at the base of the high tower, the wind and rain battering him from all sides. He stood there for a long time, his mind racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The Guardian had not attacked him, but it had not allowed him to come any closer to the tower either. It had simply watched, as if reminding him that the high tower was under its protection, that no one could trespass without consequence. When Edric finally turned to leave, he did so with a new understanding. The high tower was not just a relic of the past, it was alive in its own way, and the Guardian was its protector. Whatever secrets the tower held, they were not meant for him or for anyone. The tower belonged to the Guardian, and the storm was its domain. As Edric made his way back down the cliffs, the wind still howling in his ears, he knew he would never return. The high tower and its guardian were forces beyond his understanding, and he had been given a rare glimpse into a world that was not his to claim. The bird, larger than any known creature, would continue to circle the tower during storms, protecting it from those who would intrude, and the mysteries of the high tower would remain just that, mysteries, locked away behind stone walls and stormy skies, guarded by a creature as ancient and unknowable as the tower itself.